Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football, and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Time to get it going on a Wednesday, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning to you. Coming up, we will get you started with playoff baseball and the Yankees staying alive in fantastic fashion in their playoff series against the Blue Jays in 20 minutes. LeBron wants you to get hammered, and Bengals fans are ready to oblige. Plus, we'll dive into my streaming corner in 40 minutes before we talk about the early games we like this week in the National Football League. I'm Jink. She's Chelsea. It is a Wednesday. Chelsea, how you doing? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. What a night in baseball, huh? And it was great for me because I finally got to spend some time with my husband, who was gone all weekend at that stupid baseball tournament. So it was nice to have things like back to normal, because I don't know if you're like this, but when things are like kind of thrown out of your routine where you're doing more, it just kind of sucks. So it was nice to have him back and have like our family time, have my normal schedule, get a nap during the day. So I am feeling refreshed.
Oh, that's a good thing. Yeah, I'm sort of a creature of habit for sure. Like, I definitely have my routine that I get into, and when I get out of that routine, then I get kind of discombobulated and don't feel right. And well, routines are good for people in general. Some people like to go, maybe sort of outside their lanes on a regular basis, but I kind of like having a little bit of structure.
Yeah, I think for me, it's like when I don't get good sleep, everything else just kind of falls off. Because I am somebody who needs to work out to not be a crazy person. So when I'm too tired to work out, I become a crazy person because I don't work out. Because I know people like to work out for vanity and health or whatever, but I feel like it is a great moment for me for an hour where I get to almost have like a meditative state where you don't think about anything else and you just do. So it's great that I got back to the gym yesterday as well.
That's a healthy thing. Before we get into our bets from last night and baseball, since we are talking baseball, how's Jake's baseball team? He's always on the road, so is the team at least performing?
They're too good. They're too good, Jenks.
Oh, that's good.
It's not, though. It's not for me, because all these tournaments are like double elimination on the final day. So there is a chance. He texts me Sunday morning. He's like, okay, if we lose this game at noon, we're coming home. And I'm like, please lose, please lose, please lose. And then he texts me Sunday night. He's like, so we're in the championship game, and it's on Monday morning.
Whoa.
Like, who makes these tournaments? So I need them to start losing.
Well, that's what happens when you have a world-class manager as a husband, a skipper who's going to go on to great things. What are you going to do? All right, but everybody's back together. That's a good thing. The nest is intact. Unfortunately, our bets not so great last night, but we only had one bet on the card each.
Yeah, neither of us really liked the slate, but we had a bet on something. Even though I feel like there was a good case to be made for Shane Bieber, starting pitcher for the Toronto Blue Jays, over his outs prop yesterday. Listen, this was the elimination game where the Blue Jays could shut the door, and Shane Bieber was the Blue Jays' prize deadline acquisition where they traded for him for this very moment. And instead, he only gets 8 outs in this situation. He could not get an out. And Jenks, I'm watching this game, and he gets 2 strikes on every single batter. 0-2 count, it feels like, on every single guy up there. And he just can't get the put-away pitch, which is crazy for somebody who's been one of the more dominant pitchers in baseball when he was at his peak. But under 14.5 outs was the play. I had the over, so that was an L.
I took an L in hockey. Had the Rangers on the 3-1 money line against the Pens, minus 134. The Pens win 3-0. But first game of the season, when you have a small sample size, things can kind of go ways you didn't anticipate. It happens. Donkster had the money line for the Mariners, minus 130 yesterday against the Tigers. The M's win 8-4. So for the week, you and I both 2-1. The Donkster 2-0 here on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you with us on the Daily Tip. Well, we just mentioned it. How about we get into the weeds now with the Mariners beating the Tigers yesterday in Motown 8-4. The Mariners minus 130 on the money line, and the overhits total set at 7 and hook. That's what I should have played instead. The Mariners with 3 home runs in this game, but they saved the best one for last.
Is from. He sends one the other way. Well struck ball deep left field and gone. Raleigh's first of the playoffs, and it's 8-1 Seattle. They are feeling it.
The big dumper adds to the Mariners total. FS1 with the highlight there. And this is after solo shots from Eugenio Suarez and J.P. Crawford. Seattle now finds itself 1 win away from its first ALCS since 2001. They are right there, and they look like they just have outclassed Detroit for most of the series. I don't know if they close it out today, but it's clear who the better team is. That's not always how it works out in playoff baseball, but just watching this game, you got that sense the Mariners are the team that deserve to move on, even though they haven't done it yet.
Right. This felt like a game that was more true to the numbers because the first 2 games of the series were extremely close. Both of those games decided by 1 run, and they were lower scoring. But for the entirety of the regular season, the Mariners had the best offense in baseball, especially over the last month. I think they were number 1 in baseball in every offensive category, at least the big ones. Then you look at the Tigers' offense, it's been absolutely pedestrian, and that's why, they were fighting for their playoff lives in September. So this is one that just looked more like the team's identities that were ahead of us. So maybe we will see more of the same, and we will see more of this offense that has propelled Seattle to this position. But also they started Jack Flaherty for the Tigers, which we knew was not their most trustworthy starter.
Knew it. I talked about the over. I like the over. Did I bet the over? No, I didn't. Also, am I underselling the Tigers? Double D made a good point in the chat, which is if the Tigers win today, and I think they could win today, have Casey Mize on the mound taking on Bryce Miller for the M's, then all of a sudden, maybe Scooball's back in the mound for Detroit? Are we not giving the Tigers enough credit? I just feel like the Mariners will find a way and the Tigers' bats will go cold or something.
Well, here's the thing. From our perspective, since we are a betting show, I am going to give people the side that has the most ammo on it. I can't just come on here and be like, hey, my gut feeling is that the Tigers' offense is going to be good today, because there's no logic behind it. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's just the numbers are bearing out that the Mariners are the better overall offense by a wide margin. And you could say that, hey, Casey Mize can have a good day pitching. But the Tigers, it's just, do I want to bet on a team that feels like they can only win games that are won by a score of 3-2? They almost lost the game that Tariq Skubal pitched against the Guardians because they can't score any runs.
Yeah. I'm worried about today. And we'll talk about these in the second hour when we go over our baseball bets, because we have a ton of games on the card today for playoff baseball. And the Tigers are slight favorites today at minus 150, but Bryce Miller has not been good for the Mariners this season. He's been hit up a lot towards the end of the season. So if the Tigers can get to him, I think they can make this a series, which sounds crazy to say, but I feel like in the end, kind of like you, the Mariners can't lose this series. They're too good. They're the better club, but we will find out shortly. And that game this afternoon in Motown, Game 4 between the Mariners and the Tigers. All right, let's get to the showcase game last night. What a game this was, where the Yankees down the Blue Jays 9-6 in the Boogie Down Bronx. The Yankees minus 150, total set at 7 and a hook. The Blue Jays looked like they might romp early. They jump out to a 6-1 lead, but the Yankees storm back with 2 in the third. They make it 6-3, and then Aaron Judge ignites the Bronx in the fourth.
2-strike pitch. Hits a drive down the line. If it's fair, it's his moment. It is. It's tied. Judge has arrived.
What a call on FS1. Incredible scene in the Bronx, tying the game at 6. And then in the 5th, the hits keep coming.
There's a drive to deep right field. New York leads for the first time in the series. Jazz Chisholm goes deep.
Yes, he does. The Yankees score 8 unanswered runs and take advantage of a couple of Toronto miscues. New York, with its largest comeback ever in an elimination game to stay alive. And, man, you talk about electric atmospheres. This was it. It was lit.
Oh, absolutely. Yankee Stadium had to be rocking after this comeback win because, listen, Jenks, statistically, this was one of the craziest things to happen in the MLB postseason, at least in this round. Teams who had previously been 0-38 in MLB postseason history when down by 5 runs or more and in danger of being swept in a multi-game series. 0-38. And the Yankees just did that last night. So what a character-building win and a resilient win from the Yankees and a signature moment from Aaron Judge. Because remember, going into this postseason, Aaron Judge had not been one of those legends in October. And when you play for the Yankees, your legend is built in the postseason. This is an organization that has such pedigree that you can do all these regular season things and it's well and good. You know, Aaron Judge still will have a legacy there, but the real legacy is built in October. And last night, that was it for Aaron Judge.
I mean, it's one thing to perform in the postseason, and it's quite another to do so with such flair, which he did last night. So this is from Max Goodman, who covers the Yankees for NJ.com. And he was talking about that pitch that Judge hit. So Louis Varland was on the mound for the Blue Jays, and this is an 0-2 pitch way inside. And Judge just turns on it in such a way, still gets the barrel of the bat on it, and somehow that ball stays fair. A monster shot, and overall in this series, he has been so good. Like, all the pressure was on him to finally step up, and he's done it in a big moment. So in this series, 7 of 11, 5 RBI, 3 walks, and one of those signature moments where not just a huge moment for him because they needed that so badly, but also it was the type of home run it was where there's just not many people on the planet who could make a swing like that and still hit it out of the park.
Right, and as good as he's been in the postseason, it's been mostly singles. Like, he's hitting 500 this postseason, which is crazy, but only 6 RBI, and that's including last night. So I think we were all waiting for one of those moonshots and one of those home runs that just silences the other team. So, you know, for Aaron Judge, somebody, and go do yourself a favor and look at MLB's homepage today. It's Aaron Judge putting down his bat, like after he hits the home run, and he is just towering over Alejandro Kirk of the Blue Jays. And that's kind of what you expect from Aaron Judge. He looks like a superhero.
Is there anything better than a clutch postseason home run to give your team the lead when the crowd is just anticipating, especially in front of a rabid home crowd at a classic venue like a Yankee Stadium, where, you know, the best hitter in the game, or arguably the best hitter in the game, is at the plate and guys are on? And everyone thinks, God, if he could just send this out of the park, this would be amazing. And then he does it. Like, there's just something about that one-on-one matchup and the anticipation, and then it comes through, that is truly one of the greatest things you can experience in sports. Even if you're not a baseball fan, like, if you watch that, you'd be like, that's pretty awesome. Whatever's happening there is amazing. And of course, if you're a baseball fan, it's, you know, it's otherworldly. This was a signature moment for Judge.
Right, and he's the captain. You know, he is the face of their franchise. So it was cool to see him do this. And I'll say this, like, I know a lot of people don't root for the Yankees. They're not certainly the underdogs much. But Aaron Judge feels like a very likable guy. And here's the other thing about this game last night. I feel like Yankees fans in particular are very cynical, and it was very easy to be cynical coming into this game. You're down 0-2 in the series. You were down 6-1 in this game, and it felt like Aaron Boone left Carlos Rodon in this game too long. And so I think some credit is deserved to the players to stay in this game, because you just got to chip away at the lead, and that's exactly what they did. And, Jakes, it's funny that Louis Varland gave up this big home run to Aaron Judge, because I was looking at MLB.com. Guess who's starting the next game?
Yeah.
Louis Varland. We got to play some Aaron Judge props.
He said, what did he say after the game? He said something to the effect of, this was a great pitch that Aaron Judge made look bad. Like, this was a solid pitch. It was way inside on an 0-2 count. I was trying to push him off the plate, but only Aaron Judge can make a swing like that and make me look bad, is essentially what he was saying. And you know what? He's not wrong. But I saw that too, and I'm like, oh. I mean, this is going to be a pure bullpen game for the Blue Jays today. John Schneider said as much after the game. It's all hands on deck. They don't have Kevin Gossman available. They don't have Max Scherzer available. So the Blue Jays are going all in on their pen. I really like the Yankees today. And also the Yankees are going with Cam Schlittler. And this guy has been just nails. He was electric the last time he pitched. So there's a real chance the Yankees can get back in this thing.
Oh, absolutely. If I am a Blue Jays fan, I am sweating bullets right now. Because think about it. Like, the momentum that the Yankees now have, when they looked like they were dead and in a coffin, and they just come out like the Undertaker and say, we're back. Aaron Judge is leading us to the promised land. So it's one of those things where it's crazy how the first 2 games of these series, it was absolute domination by the Blue Jays. But I've said this on the show before. It does not matter how many runs you win by. That does not carry over. So now the Blue Jays are sitting with a lot of pressure on them because if they blow this series, it is going to look like a huge choke job.
Yeah, I kind of hate myself that I didn't bet on one of these games after going back and forth, back and forth. I mean, Judge is going nuts. The Mariners are losing their minds at the plate, and I'm like, ooh, looks like the Pens might upset the Rangers in game 1. That's not good. Come on, Chickens. Get it together. What am I doing? Come on, next in the show.
Hindsight's 20/20.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Coming up, LeBron isn't retiring, but he is ready to help you get drunk and watch the NBA. That is coming up next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It's a Wednesday. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Jinx, she's Chelsea. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Coming up on the show, let's all get drunk with LeBron. Why not? So yesterday I went to the dentist. So it was both good and bad. I've talked about my journey with my dentist on this show quite a bit. So the woman that normally cleans my teeth was not there yesterday. Thank God, it was such a win. I had the most pleasant woman come in. She was so nice. I met her before, had a quick conversation, and then she didn't talk the entire time while she's cleaning my teeth. You know, like she wants to have a conversation. I'm like, ma'am, there's a metal prong scraping up against my teeth. I'm not going to speak right now. So that was nice, all well and fine. Then my dentist comes in, and of course I had drinks with him a few months ago, right? And the first thing out of his mouth is, he goes, how's the podcast going? And I was like, that always annoys me when people say podcast. I'm like, well, I never say, like, well, it's not a podcast, but whatever. I'm like, it's fine. It's going well. And he goes, did you use my suggestion from last time? Did you use my suggestion where I said that at the end of every show, you should probably talk about something that people are betting on, like some sort of obscure sport? You know, like cricket or like badminton or something? And I was not ready for that. And oh my God, I'm such an idiot. I was like, yeah, we talked about it yesterday. And I was like, Michael, what are you doing? I didn't know how to get out of it, which we did not talk about that yesterday. We haven't talked about it in months. But he's definitely hell-bent on us having a segment at the end of the show where we discuss very, very, obscure sports. I mean, he really wants this segment to take place.
I feel like this is like an episode of like Seinfeld where like you promise something to the dentist. Like, doesn't it feel like it would be in a sitcom?
Yes.
Where now like your whole world revolves around this lie and it just keeps snowballing to where like people at work are asking like, why did Jenks just take this sharp U-turn into cricket betting? And it's like, well, now there's extra pressure on him at work. What am I going to do? I can't tell a lie now. So, Jenks, now you're Jerry Seinfeld in this scenario.
I got to get out. Even the lovely Catherine was like, why are you still going to the dentist? And he's a nice guy, so I don't want to frame it the wrong way. But it is weird when someone's like, did you take my suggestion for your show? Like someone who has no sportscasting, radio, media experience, who probably doesn't even follow sports a whole lot, saying this is what you should do for your show. It's a little odd. And so... Well,
backstory here. Is this the dentist you went out for drinks with? Because it's not like you guys are just work buds. Like, you did have extracurricular activity.
That's true.
Sounds bad. You know what I mean.
Yes. Remember when he was like, so I was looking at your Wikipedia page. You've done a lot. Why you, though? I was like, huh? He's like, why you? Like, why do you get to do this? I was like, I mean, I studied it. I've done this for almost 30 years now. He said, but anybody can talk about sports. I'm like, well, sort of. So, I don't know. Maybe this is not a friendship I should continue. But even the lovely Cat was like, you should find a new dentist. Like, seriously. Find a new dentist. And also, he doesn't take your insurance anymore. So, this is the perfect reason to pivot in a different direction, which I think I'm going to do now.
That or you just Google a bunch of things about dentistry and start giving him suggestions. Be like, why you? Why do you get to work on people's teeth? And he's going to be like, because I went to school. And you're like, wow, same reason for me.
Wow. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make a random suggestion like he made to me. I'm going to go, did you open that dance club Molars with a Z that I suggested? I'm like, what? I'm like, yeah. Be cool, right? Like a teeth-themed dance club? Be like, wow, this guy is a terrible suggestion. I'll be like, correct. It is. Also terrible. LeBron's ad. We talked about it yesterday. Come on. The second decision. He did not retire. As we thought. We sort of scoped this out yesterday. Now, I did think it was going to be Amazon Prime. He was going to partner with them. No. The second decision was a Hennessy ad. So it's a collab that features a limited edition bottle. And so many people who are Lakers fans thought this might be a retirement announcement, that the prices for LeBron's last home game this season just went through the roof. So he got the ticket prices jacked up, and at the end of the day, did a pretty lame ad talking about Hennessy. Oh, so lame.
big eye roll here. Like, again, I think we guessed this, that it was going to be some sort of ad. But, like, for Hennessy, I feel like LeBron barely even drinks. Like, he's somebody who takes care of his body. Like, maybe he does drink Hennessy. I don't know. It's just, I was heavily disappointed by this. And the fact that they didn't use J.R. Smith in this ad, somebody who I feel like drinks Hennessy all the time, like his former teammate, who I felt like was almost drunk at the time. Remember, he didn't know, like, how many seconds were left on the clock in, like, the NBA Finals or something. But I did see did you see where J.J. Redick was talking to the media about this and said, you guys are idiots for thinking that it was anything to do with retirement. And it's like, he framed it that way. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, I understand that you need to pump the brakes on immediately going out and buying tickets, but he framed it this way for a reason. Like the idea that, oh, it's your fault. Like, no, it's not. LeBron knew exactly what he was doing. Like, he did this. They called it the second decision. Like, it's always easier to say after the fact, oh, you should have known. Should we have? Would you put it past LeBron James to actually sit down and announce his retirement? No, you would not. It's absolutely something he would do. We've seen it before. So they framed it this way to have all the eyeballs turn on what this might be. And then J.J. Redick has the audacity to come out and say, oh, well, you're dumb. Like, no, we're not. He's done this before. And also, we're in 2025. I mentioned this yesterday. We saw Snoop Dogg do this last year. In an era where everything is promoted, there are all sorts of collabs, and people are always paying attention to what big names and celebrities are doing online. You never know what it's going to be. I mean, you have musical artists who will tease their next album, or maybe it's some sort of partnership. You just never know. It's the age in which we live.
I think I was more disappointed by the fact that it was like a Hennessy ad. Because I would have, like, at least kind of respected it if it was something to do with either Amazon or, I don't know, like the NBA coming back to NBC, or something that was like league tangent, where there was like some connecting factor, because for Amazon, I believe Amazon Prime is picking up NBA games as well. And so he's promoting the league in which he plays in. Like, that makes sense to me. But Hennessy, I would have never guessed that.
Cognac?
He also has his own alcohol brand, which is why I would have not guessed Tennessee either. He has, I don't know if it's a cognac or a vodka, but he has, it's called Four Lobos. So he has his own alcohol brand, and now he's partnering with his new alcohol brand for the second decision, which I am apparently dumb to J.J. Redick, but J.J. Redick is the smartest guy in every room he's in, just ask him. But I'm apparently dumb to J.J. Redick because I thought that the second decision would be used for retirement.
Yeah.
You know how much money is in the IP for the second decision? Like, that's, honestly, bad business move on him unless they gave him $1 billion.
So wait a second. LeBron's company is Four Lobos instead of Four Loco?
Yeah.
That's funny. I didn't realize that. Hennessy must have paid him out the wazoo. I mean, God knows how much money he made off of this.
I guess it's just Lobos, not Four Lobos, but
Lobos? Okay.
Yeah, it's tequila.
Okay, Lobos, that's better. If he went Four Lobos after Four Loco, I'd have been like, maybe rethink that. Okay, that's better. Still, I did not like this. Like Hennessy, come on.
What is a lobo? Is that a wolf in Spanish?
Yeah.
I feel like it's something in Spanish. Wolf?
It is. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You got it.
Clearly a Spanish authority. We had something in college called Cueva de Lobos, and it was the best Mexican place. It was like American Mexican. It was like, here is meat and cheese, and it's a quesadilla. And you're like, wow, that's amazing. And it was like $2. So that's the only reason I know that.
Well, that's pretty awesome. $2 for that kind of meal? My God, it's like Taco Bell level. That's what makes Taco Bell so good. Yeah, because it's so cheap. You're like, I can't believe I'm getting all this food for like $5. Speaking of cheap, how about the Bengals trading for Joe Flacco yesterday? So the Bengals have Joe Flacco and a 6th-round pick from the Browns, who get a 5th-round pick in return. Joe Flacco has thrown for 2 touchdowns, 6 picks this season. This was the reaction yesterday on 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh.
The Bengals are trading for quarterback Joe Flacco. What?
What?
The Bengals are trading for Flacco, according to Rap Sheet.
Holy ostrich milk. What? Where?
That's
okay.
crazy.
Are you sure that's a real account?
It's real. Confirmed by Pelissero as well.
Mike,
That's not who I expected.
me neither. What do you think of that?
you get first dibs on that one. Joe Flacco to the Bengals.
Well, I think that Jake Browning's clearly not the answer, so they need to do something.
Yeah.
I was sitting there during Sunday's game watching it, and the broadcasters were talking about how so much of the offense was built around the deep ball. And I was just about to answer your question, Joe, saying, yeah, I think your idea of Russell Wilson makes a tremendous amount of sense. But I mean, I think at this point they're in desperation mode. And the bottom line is this with the Bengals. They're Joe Burrow and a bunch of other people.
Holy ostrich milk. That was my reaction. Chelsea, is there anyone cheaper than the Bengals? What are you guys doing? Joe Flacco signed a 1-year, $4 million deal with the Browns in the offseason. $3 million of that is a signing bonus, already paid. So this is a dirt cheap veteran quarterback, way past his prime, that you're bringing in to take over for Jake Browning. It's like, Jake Browning can't get the job done. Let's bring in someone else who also can't get the job done. I don't know. The Bengals are in Green Bay this weekend. They're 14-point underdogs. This did not move the needle at all. If you're Cincinnati, this is almost like, let's pretend to care. Let's make everyone think that we care, but we really don't care. You're bringing in Joe Flacco. I like Joe Flacco. Solid pro, Super Bowl MVP at one time, maybe elite in Baltimore. But he's clearly sort of hanging on to his career, and this is the guy you bring in. Holy ostrich milk.
Holy ostrich milk is right. Especially with this offensive line. And how old is Joe Flacco? He is not exactly, short of the tooth. He's 40 years old. He's not fleet of foot either. Like, behind that offensive line, it feels like borderline elder abuse because he's going to get absolutely rocks back there. And maybe they can fashion their offense in the likes of, remember, like, Ben Roethlisberger's last year in the league where he threw those passes of, like, 2.3 yards? Where he just got the ball out really quickly. Like, maybe that's the offense that you'll have to have when your offensive line is so bad and your quarterback isn't mobile. But the thing is, like, you have all these deep ball weapons. Why didn't you just get Jameis Winston? For the love of everybody else who has to watch these dumb games, we would have all rather had Jameis. I feel like it wouldn't have been that expensive. At least you're going to score some touchdowns. Because that's the only way they're going to win games is in shootouts. Their defense still isn't good, and their offensive line is bad. So you need somebody who's a little younger than Joe Flacco. So I don't think this is going to change much when it comes to the Bengals.
Jameis would have been fire. And when we were listening to, 93.7 The Fan, and they were saying, look, the Bengals offense, which makes perfect sense, is predicated on the deep ball and Jamar Chase. Jameis has a cannon. Like, he can throw it. He can throw a great deep ball. This would be perfect. Why not go after a guy like him who can still get you some dubs? Joe Flacco is not going to come in at this point in his career and start stacking dubs for the Bengals. Like, it actually makes the situation worse. I would rather go with Jake Browning, honestly.
I mean, there's something to be said for a crafty veteran quarterback. And we have, looked down our noses at Joe Flacco before, but also he's had some good head coaches. And, I think the offensive line is the main problem for me. It's just not a good fit for Joe Flacco. I do think it's cool that he is very close to completing the full AFC North bingo card. All he needs is the Steelers. I mean, what an accomplishment that would be. And I guess it's a testament to how long he has been floating around the league. So we'll see. I don't know if it'll be pretty. And I think as a mom, it's going to be hard for me to watch him just take all these terrible hits behind the line of scrimmage. Good luck, Bengals. You're going to need it.
Bengals to make the playoffs, yes, plus 750. No is minus 1,200. They're not making the playoffs. I mean, I'm not laying $1,200 to make $100, but also they're not making the playoffs. Like, I am stunned by this. I cackled when I saw this. Like, okay, what are you guys doing?
But Jenks, they're second in the AFC North. That's the craziest part in all of it.
I know.
Like, the AFC North is so bad.
It's so bad.
They have a chance at the division.
Isn't it crazy how quickly things change in the NFL? Like, we're talking about how bad the AFC North is all of a sudden. Like, that's kind of crazy to think about, right? So here we are 5 weeks in, and it's like, wow, the AFC North's terrible. Like, how did that happen?
The Ravens.
Yeah.
The Ravens were supposed to be
It is
the
the
class
Ravens.
of the division, and they're the absolute dumpster fire of the division. I misspoke. The Browns are 1-4 as well. So you have the Steelers 3-1, Bengals 2-3, Ravens 1-4, Browns 1-4. God, the Steelers have it made.
Mike Tomlin. They are going to have to wheel Mike Tomlin away from the Steelers facility. He's just never leaving. And Steelers fans are like, you've got to be kidding me. This guy he won't leave. He won't leave. Coming up next here on the show, we're going to take a quick break from the NFL and tell you which series should be avoided at all costs. Streaming Corner next here on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Great to have you back. It's Wednesday. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. I'm Jake. She's Chelsea. It's Wednesday. Streaming corner time. You know I like true crime. And I've got a series that should be put to death immediately. I usually come on with things that I like. This is something I absolutely hated. Hated. Here's a nightmare. North Carolina has scrapped plans for their Hulu series to cover their football program and Bill Belichick. This is after their 2-3 start. So this was supposed to come on the heels of HBO's Hard Knocks. That was supposed to happen over the summer. That got scrapped. And remember, it was the reports that Jordan Hudson wanted sort of all of these creative liberties. And so HBO was like, no, we're not going to do it then. And Carolina denied that. But now this other series, which was also planned, is gone as well. Doesn't it feel like we're just watching North Carolina football and Bill Belichick just sort of piece by piece fall apart right in front of us? Jordan Hudson is going to be out of Chapel Hill and dating someone her age within 3 months.
Jenks, I keep thinking that maybe we're making a bigger deal of this than it actually is. But I don't think we are.
No.
I don't think we're making a big enough deal. Like, this feels like an absolute implosion. Every single thing that's came out of Carolina just feels like an absolute disaster. Like we were talking about it yesterday. WRAL came out with like a hit piece, basically on all the parents filing complaints about the program. And now you have this. And I don't know how production crews work, but can you just call it off halfway through a series?
Yeah.
Because we've seen seasons of Hard Knocks, in-season Hard Knocks, where teams have had disastrous finishes. I remember we watched the season for the Carolina Panthers where they lost 8 games in a row, but they still had the film crew there. So I don't know how this works, because imagine you don't know much about sports and you work in production and you're called to work on this project. And like, hey, we're going to pay you. We're going to start this project. And then halfway through, they're like, hey, so they're losing games, so we can't film it. What? Like, that's not normally how it works, is it?
No, I think that, look, going in, everything was coming up aces for Carolina. I mean, they put a lot of money into this. There were the Chapel Bill shirts. They had this sold-out stadium for their first home game. Everything's great until you start playing the game. And so Carolina was planning this, like, this is going to be a boon for the program. We're a basketball school, but we can finally elevate the football program, which has only had its moments, from time to time over the years, generally under Mac Brown and his first stint at Carolina. But now that things have fallen apart, like from a viewership perspective, I'll watch a train wreck. I would love to see what's going on in Carolina.
I would have watched this.
Yes, absolutely. At first I thought, who wants to watch? I'm like, you want to watch, Michael. I want to watch.
That's reality TV.
Yeah. But
reality
Carolina
TV is train wrecks.
Yeah, but Carolina doesn't want you to watch. Carolina does not want you to see. This was supposed to be, look at this legend turning our program around. Look at Jordan over here. She's tweeting something. It was supposed to be Carolina is on a winning streak. Carolina is a dark horse. Carolina is on the come up. And now it's, we're going to be a laughing stock. This is a disaster. This is not going as planned. And we don't want people to see that, because long term, that's bad for the program. Like, imagine you put all this money, you spend time and money in the portal, you have all of this celebratory, media coverage, everything that comes with this, and you're ready to take off, and then it falls apart. So you can't lean into that if you're Carolina, because now it's, what are we going to do? How are we going to reclamate things? Are we going to oust him? How are we going to turn things around? Like, they're scrambling, so the last thing you want is more attention on that as opposed to what they thought was going to happen.
Oh, absolutely. And I think this is why sports are great, because you can't count your chickens before they hatch. You still have to play the games.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how legendary your coach is. You still have to go out there and score more points than the other team. So it's wild how, like, they were celebrating, a winning season before he even set foot on the field. And especially for Jordan Hudson, who filed trademarks for all of these things. And now I feel like people would be buying them like to be, ironic, right?
Yeah.
It's like the hipsters are like, ooh, Chapel Bill, I can't wait to get my t-shirt to make fun of Bill Belichick. So I don't know. It feels like a thing where I don't want to say they jinx it, but like, let's cool it before we put somebody on a pedestal before they even win a game.
Well, this is the worst case scenario for her, right? She's been buying up real estate in Chapel Hill. She's been waiting for more positive media attention to come her way. She's filed these trademarks. She wants to sell jewelry. And where is she? Like in the wind. Like, what's she going to say? What's she going to say? She can't ride his coattails right now.
She's going to write a tell-all book, Jenks, or she's going to go like on The Bachelor. Like, don't you see this coming from a mile away? Like, she is going to parlay this into something else. Like, if this doesn't work out, usually people who are the social climbers, they don't take no for an answer.
Yeah.
She will find another route, whether it's Bill Belichick or Dancing with the Stars, which I know she already turned down. But Dancing with the Stars is pretty desperate. So if she wants to go on next year, I bet she could.
Oh, I bet you're right about a book, too. It'll be called Carolina Blues or Tar Heel. Like she's the heel. People don't
The Jordan
like her.
Rules.
Oh, yeah. There's another good one. Oh, my God. So many possibilities.
She's already trademarked it, I bet.
I'm
there
sure
has
she
to be
has.
some spin on like Michael Jordan Hudson. And I hate that.
It'll be Air Jordan, but Air is H-E-I-R.
My God.
God, it'd be terrible.
I hate this.
Oh, we got to move on. So let's find something we can all stream together.
What are you watching?
We enter Jenks Streaming Corner, where Jenks and Chelsea tell you what should and should not be streaming here on the Daily Tip.
What are you watching?
Oh, do I have a disaster of a series for you guys to avoid? And it's all over Netflix right now. Monster, the Ed Gein story. Avoid this at all costs. So this is from producer Ryan Murphy, and going back, he's done everything, right? He's done Nip Tuck. He's done American Horror Story. He did Dahmer. He did the Lyle and Eric Menendez story. All these different things. And Ed Gein is someone who inspired Psycho, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Silence of the Lambs. It's an interesting story, but he actually was more of a grave robber than anything else. He definitely liked human skin. There's no question about that. But they take this guy's story, and it is all over the place. It is so bad and so boring. It stars Charlie Hunnam from Sons of Anarchy and Laurie Metcalf as well. It is terrible. Like, it starts off on his story, which really isn't nearly as deep a story as a lot of infamous serial killers. And then it goes into maybe his inspiration, and then grave robbing, and then also like how did he influence Psycho? Let's remake that. What about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre? Let's do some scenes from that. What about Silence of the Lambs? We are about an episode and a half in, and the lovely Catherine was with me. She's like, I want to watch this. I'm like, yeah, I'm with you. And I go, I think this is bad. Like, this is really bad. How many episodes is this? And so we paused it. I'm like, 8? It's 8 episodes? I was like, honey, I think I got to check out. So I had not looked at the reviews. I looked at the headlines yesterday. I'm like, maybe it's me, because sometimes, and the reviews aren't everything, but, you know, sometimes you'd like to get a feel on how everyone else feels. These are some of the quotes from the headlines reviewing this. It's awful. This show is a disaster. Worse than trash. Shockingly bad. As horrific as a wet fart. Even Ed Gein doesn't want you to watch. Like, across the board, it is messy. It is boring. It has no focus. Avoid it at all costs. Stop making these series, Ryan Murphy. Dahmer was good, and progressively they've started to fall off a cliff. It's awful.
Okay, so I actually looked into this because I liked Sons of Anarchy, and Charlie Hunnam is not bad to look at. And I did see the trailer for this, and I was like, wow, this guy is ripped. Like, so I don't know if Ed Gein or whatever was like some really attractive guy, but I heard people talking about this to where Ryan Murphy loves to like either sexualize or
Yes.
like put something into these killers to where people fall in love with them. Like, he likes to glamorize these people who are monsters. So I don't know if that like came through in like the few episodes that you watched, but like the trailer is literally like Charlie Hunnam looking very attractive. And you're like, wow, is this the basis of the story? It's like, no, the guy that this was based on was like not somebody who was popular. And I will say in the face, he does kind of look like him. So it was a good casting there. It's just the sexualization of all these like really terrible criminals. I feel like that's kind of weird.
Well, the thing is that it's so self-indulgent. And you see this from time to time with producers, directors, and they kind of fall in love with their own work and their own themes.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm not offended watching something that is, egregious or over-sexualized, but it becomes funny to me. I'm like, oh, we're 5 minutes in. Autoerotic asphyxiation. Awesome. Like you immediately pivoted as soon as you could to something sexual, which, again, I don't care, but it's so obvious that you couldn't wait to get something that was kind of shocking. Do you know what I mean? Like, you couldn't wait to get to that, and then, Charlie Hunnam is half naked at one point. Like, this is all in the first episode. I'm like, you could not wait to get to this, and which is fine if it's a part of the story, but he takes things and he exaggerates them for shock value or because he appreciates the sexual aspect, whatever it is. But when it starts to really rip away at the actual story, that's when I have a problem with it.
Yeah, I don't like having shock value for the sake of having shock value. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like just trying to be completely bizarre for no reason that doesn't even make sense for the story. Because didn't you have this same like kind of criticism of, what is it, the Menendez brothers?
I stopped, yeah.
Wasn't that by him too?
Yeah. And Dahmer was awesome. And it actually had some social commentary, like the reason why these murders weren't really investigated was because, of the gay scene in Milwaukee at the time, and police officers didn't take it seriously. There was a lot to it. Like, it had a lot of meat to it. Mm-hmm. And then Lyle and Eric Menendez got way out there. And if you look at the actual story, it's like some of this stuff is not true. Like, you're taking something and you're making it so over the top. This definitely didn't happen. Or you're glamorizing it to the point that, again, you're sort of ripping away at the fabric of what really happened here. And this is the most egregious example of that. Stay away from Ed Gein, which is, the advice that people gave back in the day. Stay away from this guy. Coming up next, it's a Wednesday. Never too early to talk NFL games and the ones that we like. That is next, hour 2 on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Rise and shine, people. It's time for Hour 2 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Coming up in the next couple of segments, we'll start with our first impression roses for this week's NFL slate. So if you don't follow The Bachelor, it's kind of our spin on which games caught our eye instantly when we opened up our BetMGM apps. Now, Wednesdays normally aren't my favorite day of the week, but we have all day postseason baseball today on the schedule. Next segment, we'll break down all of our favorite divisional round matchups, all coming up next here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. All right, Jank, so since we're doing like a Bachelor type spin on our favorite reads in the NFL when it comes to betting, I feel like I always think of Jesse Palmer when it comes to The Bachelor because I am fascinated by his career arc. As somebody who started as a quarterback at the University of Florida and was pretty damn good, and then he went on The Bachelor, and although he did not eventually marry the girl that he picked, he had a long career in broadcasting, and he's still there, where he still does college football, I believe, for ESPN. He does all these baking shows on the Food Network, and he even hosts The Bachelor, and I think he does Bachelor in Paradise. I never saw this coming, but I always wonder this. Do you think we'll see more crossover between professional athletes and these dating shows? Because these dating shows are absolutely everywhere. Like, these are like the new hot reality TV shows where everybody wants to watch them. I do think when it comes to what's the one that everybody watches? Love Island?
Love Island,
I don't know if we'll
huge.
see like professional athletes on that just because they have to be there so long. But I feel like there's really not that many professional athletes who have gone the ranks of like dating shows.
Yeah, well, I think that they don't need to, right? Like if you're a professional
They have
athlete,
Instagram.
yeah, you just have to show up. Let's be honest. If you're a pro athlete and you make money and you're out there, you are going to generate interest. Some of that interest is genuine. Some of it is not. You don't have to promote yourself. Maybe if you're a, I don't know, B or C list athlete, but if you're an A list athlete, you don't have to do anything. You just got to be out there because the league is going to promote you or you're going to promote you and everyone's going to know who you are. So you don't need the extra promotion. You don't need to spend your time on some sort of show where you're probably not going to get paid or maybe going to get paid, whatever. It's not worth your time. You don't need it. So why even waste your time with it?
Yeah, usually it feels like when they have like quote unquote NFL players, it's
Right.
like guys who are on the practice squad. Like they did this with Colton on The Bachelor. Where they're like, oh, he's a former football player. And it's like, yeah, he was on the practice squad, which is not easy to do. Like he was still probably a good football player because the NFL is tough to get to. But like that's not his profession. Like that's what he did before. That's not his current profession. But I will say Travis Kelce did have a dating show. Jenks, do you remember this? Catching Kelsey.
Oh, God. I'd forgotten about that. What
That's
a career.
crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy to think about. And now, all we hear, who would have thought that back then is that, you know what? I bet one day he marries Taylor Swift and she'll make a song about his junk.
Right?
I mean, what an actual story arc. I would have never guessed that back then. But here we are.
Right. He went from like girls who were probably just trying to chase like reality TV fame that really didn't have any type of career to like the ultimate career woman to where if he wanted to sit back and relax and be a stay-at-home husband, he absolutely could. So congratulations, Travis Kelce, on all of your success on the football field and off the field as well. All right, Jenks, let's pick some winners when it comes to the NFL. So we call this segment our first impression roses. So normally this is kind of how my process goes is I look at the slate and I kind of see which games kind of jump out to me. And then we investigate further. So if everything lines up, then I will make a bet. But certain games, you look at the number and immediately you're just like, no, that's not going to play. Don't love the number, don't love the team. There is some factor where immediately I think this is not a game I'm going to bet on. So when you open the slate for these week of games, who got the first impression rose for you?
Well, I would say I like the Broncos a lot in London against the Jets. Like it's at 7.5. I might play it at 7. But this is more of the eye test than anything else. Like, let me ask you a question. If you strip all the numbers away, can you make a case for the Jets at all? Like, just looking at them, this is a bad football team. Like, sometimes you just see all you need to see. And what I see with the Jets is a team that is now 0-5, okay? And that's a big deal because when you get to a certain point in the season where you probably should have had a win, could have had a win at this point, they've had their chances, they've blown those chances, and now you're sitting at 0-5, rot starts to take hold, right? Like, when are we going to get a dub? Maybe we're not.
I just smelled that.
Yeah, you can smell like, oh, the Jet. What is that? Is that the Jets with the TV? Is that the Jet? Did the Jets, they stink that bad? And I like Aaron Glenn a lot, but Justin Fields hasn't been as good as I thought he was going to be this season. And also, the Broncos are so rock solid on defense. That's what I wonder. How are the Jets going to move the ball? The Broncos are, what, 5th in the NFL against the run? Yeah, that's right. 5th in total defense, 5th against the run. What does that mean? Justin Fields' passing game against Patrick Surtain in that secondary? Like, this could be 13-0, and the Broncos could cover. And maybe it will be. I would lean towards the under, but more than anything, I think you just fade the Jets until you see otherwise because they stink. They stink.
Well, here's the problem. Like, I've trusted the Jets before, and they made me look stupid. Because I feel like there are things to like on the Jets. Like Aaron Glenn, I like him. Justin Fields can be electric. And Breece Hall is good. And we were told that this defense was going to be great, and it's not. They gave up 37 points to the Cowboys, gave up 27 to the Dolphins, 29 to the Bucks, and 30 to the Bills. So when you look at them from a covering perspective, they have only covered in one game. I believe that was that game against the Bucks where it took a blocked kick and it to be returned for a touchdown for them to cover that number. So something that doesn't feel very repeatable. I will say on the Broncos end of things that they have played some bad teams kind of closely. Like the first game of the season against my Titans. And maybe that is, first game of the year, jitters, maybe it's rust. Because I will say this, Bo Nix has looked better as the season has progressed. And he's still a young quarterback. And 7.5 is a lot of points. Isn't that the line in this game? Yeah, 7.5. And it is overseas where sometimes we see chaos afoot, but I still just can't make a case for the Jets. Like, that's the bottom line. Like, maybe there's a sabotage factor for the Broncos and the fact that it's 7.5 points, but like the Jets have gotten absolutely smoked by good teams. Lost to the Bills in a divisional matchup, 30-10. So I'm not going to be making a case for the Jets ever. All right, so for me, let's look at a divisional matchup. And Jenks, I feel like you have had the stones to bet on the Browns before the season. And I am not saying that the Browns are a good team, but 5 points in a divisional matchup where the total is 38.5. How do we feel about the Browns this week?
Good. I like the Steelers. I like the Steelers here. The Browns are so bad. And here's the thing. Like, the Steelers have had 2 weeks to get ready for this game. It's kind of a dead number, sitting there at 5, right? So I think maybe the under is the play, but I think I'm a big proponent of if you like a team to cover and they've had an extra week in the NFL, it matters in a big way. So this Steelers defense getting to lick its chops against Dylan Gabriel, who I feel like looked actually pretty good last week, like pretty decent, like a nice start for him in a Browns uniform. But just like we saw with Jackson Dart, just like you see with rookies all the time, you'll look good initially, but you're still a rookie, and success is never in a straight line, and it'll be like 1 step forward, 2 steps back, and then you sort of, slowly, hopefully progress as a starter. So I think this could be the week where Gabriel struggles and where the Steelers sort of have their way with them. I believe this is up from 4 and a hook, so the money is coming in on Steelers and could get to 6 as well. I like Pittsburgh here.
I think for me, it's more about the Cleveland defense and their ability to keep this game in a rock fight situation.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because the total's 38.5. And I do think that maybe the Steelers are ready for like a sell high situation because the Steelers have looked pretty good. You know, they're leading the AFC North. And I do think when it comes to divisional games, especially in the AFC North, these are the games that usually play a lot closer to the vest. So that's why it kind of stood out to me. And how about this one? It almost looks too easy. The Rams laying 7.5 at the Ravens. Ravens are hopeless. Like, am I seeing too much here? Like, I understand this is a road game and a long way for the Rams to go. But, like, the Ravens, their defense wasn't good to start with. It's a mash unit on that end as well. And then you have, who is it? Cooper Rush at quarterback instead of Lamar Jackson. The run game's not going. Derrick Henry is not putting up good numbers. What's the case to be made for the Ravens here, other than the fact that it's just 7.5 points?
The case? The case is...
No case.
Wow, yeah. I think the case for the Ravens is at some point, the market will overvalue teams facing the Ravens because Baltimore has struggled.
Right.
At some point, Cooper Rush, we've seen in the past, even though he was not good last week against the Texans, Cooper Rush is a pretty good backup quarterback. I don't think he's a starter, but when it comes to backup quarterbacks in the NFL, you could do a lot worse than Cooper Rush. So I'm not going to be surprised if he steps up and has a decent game. And then, I don't know if you believe in Jim Harbaugh or John Harbaugh, but he is a good head coach. He hasn't been good this season, and I know he gives up all those leads, but historically he has been, I don't think he suddenly forgot how to coach, right? So
right.
I think
he's
those
not a
are your
head coach.
Right, he's not a rookie head coach. If you want to make the case, his time has come to an end in Baltimore, okay, fine. He's still a way above average head coach. So you put all those things together and you're getting 7.5 points. I think that is probably your case for Baltimore. Is it a case I want to put my money on? No, it is not.
Is there another game that you considered here for first impression roast?
Yeah, there's a few here that I like. You're not going to believe this. I like your Titans getting 4.5. I know. I know. It's gross. It's not going to make you feel good. You're going to hate yourself. This opened at 6. The money has come in.
Done.
I know. Here's the thing. My voice cracks. Arizona gave that game away last week. There's no question about it. But I'm not of the belief. This is about the Raiders more than anything else. So, do the Titans look like a bad football team? Yes, they do. Do the Raiders? Yes. I don't think the Raiders should be laying 4.5 against anybody. This is a bad football team, too. Like, I can't believe this number isn't 3 or less if you're Vegas. This should be, if this game is at a neutral site, it should be a pick'em. The Raiders laying 4.5? No, thank you. Like, Geno Smith has been a turnover machine this season. He's thrown more interceptions than anyone in football. The Raiders on both lines of scrimmage are awful. Their offensive line, trash. Straight trash. You can get after them. That's one of the reasons why Ashton Genty just has not been able to get going. He had that one good game because you can meet him in the backfield on a regular basis. Even Pete Carroll was like, yeah, this isn't very fun. I'm not enjoying myself. This is not a good time. The Raiders should not be laying 4.5 points here. So you just got to hold your nose and do it. I like the Titans plus 4.5.
Do I know?
You don't have to.
Here's the thing. I think it's different when it's your own team. And I think you can attest to this when it's like comes to the Commanders is that I don't know if I'm overly cynical, but here's a depressing stat that they've been talking about this week. The Titans have not won back-to-back consecutive games since November of 2022.
It's terrible.
Back-to-back wins. I am not asking for a 4-game win streak. Back-to-back wins. Haven't done it since 2022. There are guys on this team that were drafted like 2023 that don't know what that feels like. That is a crazy thing. Like, think about the culture of a team that stat is attached to.
That's brutal. That is bad. I'm not picking the Titans to win. Okay, let's get that clear. By the way, when's the last time, I know you said this a couple days ago, where the Titans and Panthers won on the same day, and you're a Titans fan. Jake, your husband, is a Panthers fan, so you guys both won on the same day. When is that going to happen again? Never?
Probably never. Probably
Yeah.
never in our lifetime, Jenks. It looks like we have, not enough time. Maybe we'll talk about it in another segment. I was going to ask you about the Commanders. Put you in that seat. Commanders laying 4.5. What is that, the Monday night or Sunday night game?
Monday night.
Against the Bears. So that should be a good one. We'll see if that one goes the way of last year, where it actually went down to the final minutes and then the Bears completely imploded for the rest of the season after that loss to the Commanders. All right, coming up next, time to talk some postseason baseball. We have games going all day long from 2 to 8. We'll give you our breakdown on all 4 games. That's next on Daily Tip.
In 20 minutes, Chelsea and Jenks whine about what really has them bent out of shape in Whine About It Wednesday, here on the Daily Tip, sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is Wednesday, October the 8th here on the show. We have a full slate of baseball today, and it's not just regular season baseball matchups where you say, oh, daytime baseball. No, we get postseason daytime baseball, which is a real treat. And from a betting standpoint, it's nice to have options. Like, Jenks, we were just talking about this, I think it was like the other day or something, where I think it's easier to bet on regular season baseball games because you can go down the board and see, okay, there are clear mismatches and say, I don't know, like the Dodgers and Twins game, as opposed to some of these postseason games where there is a reason these teams are still standing in the postseason, and there is not that much of a divide between some of these teams. So it can make it more difficult to bet on these games, but there are different angles when it comes to the postseason. I know it's tricky when it comes to starting pitchers, how long they're going to stay in. And it's wild to me how much more it feels like managing matters. Like, it feels like in every single game, there is a question about the manager. And I know that when you're the manager of the New York Yankees, that there's always going to be questions that come with that. I feel like it's one of the toughest jobs in all sports. But the way that Aaron Boone has left in pitchers or pulled them too early has been a major talking point. And especially when I saw the card today, where I saw where the Phillies are going with Aaron Nola in a game that could be their last game of the season instead of Ranger Suarez. Did this surprise you?
Yeah, it's a terrible move. I think it's an awful move. This is one of those you need to take the name off the back of the jersey games. Do you know what I mean? Where, look, all things being equal, if you didn't know the numbers, you're like, you go with Aaron Nola. You go with Aaron Nola. No, you don't. Not this season. Ranger Suarez has been infinitely better. Like, it's not even close. I'm absolutely going with the Dodgers today, and it's because of Aaron Nola. So I don't know what the thinking is. Maybe it's, oh, this guy is a veteran. He's been there. He's been clutch for us before. But the numbers are the numbers, and I'm not willing to bet on someone. It's like saying, you know, who we should trade for? Joe Flacco. He won a Super Bowl. It's like, yeah, it was a long time ago. So I'm not saying that Aaron Nola is that far away from the prime of his career, but certainly in recent history, he hasn't been good. So I was stunned by this. I did not understand it.
Yeah, he's a 6 ERA this year.
Right.
Like, he has been the definition of up and down. And so they asked Rob Thompson about this. And he said something to the effect of, okay, he's the longest tenured Philly. He is a veteran. But you could say all that stuff about Ranger Suarez. Like, maybe he's not the longest tenured Philly, but Ranger Suarez has been better in the regular season. And he's also had huge roles with the Phillies in the postseason, even closed it out, I think, in 2022 in one of these big games. So it's one of those things where it's like every bit of ammo you're using for Aaron Nola, it feels like you could use for Ranger Suarez as well. And then they're saying, Aaron Nola had a great start to end the regular season where he had like all these strikeouts, 9 strikeouts and 1 run, but it's against the Twins.
Oh
Newsflash, you ain't facing the Twins tonight. You're facing the Dodgers. So I feel like if this does not work out in the Phillies' favor, their manager is going to have a lot of questions to answer after this game.
And honestly, I don't know why you put yourself like tenure matters. I mean, I guess if you're celebrating someone's career, you're trying to stay alive in the NLDS. And you just got to go with who's going. Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off, but like, it would be one thing if it was a rookie. You know, if you're saying, hey, this rookie has good numbers, but he's never pitched in the postseason. Ranger Suarez has been there and done that. So I feel like it's disrespect to Ranger Suarez.
I agree. And if you're Ranger Suarez, aren't you like, are you kidding me? Because you want the ball in those circumstances. Competitors always do. Like, I get it. And it's tip of the cap to Aaron Nola. He's the longest tenured. Okay, great. Do you want to win this game or not? And so I'm like you. Okay, he looked great against the Twins, a team that absolutely quit in the second half of the season because they traded everybody away. Like, this is your sample size. This is your reasoning. He's a veteran. He looked good against Minnesota. Okay. I don't know if you've looked at the Dodgers lineup recently. It's not the Twins lineup.
It's not. Mm-mm.
Right.
I don't know how many future Hall of Famers are in the Twins lineup, but the Dodgers have 3, and it's the first 3 batters in the lineup, and that's even being, not even generous. Like, there could be more in that lineup.
Yeah.
But I will say this. It does look like Ranger Suarez is going to be the next guy out of the pen. So if Aaron Nola struggles, we will see Ranger Suarez. We have heard that, but I don't know. It feels like it might be too little, too late. So, Jenks, let's get into this game first, since we're already talking about. All right, so it's game 3 of the NLDS between the Dodgers and the Phillies. The Dodgers lead this series 1 game. Is it 1 game to nothing? I think it's 2 games to nothing. Where the Phillies could be going home in this game if they don't start racking up some hits, because it's not just the pitching that's the question mark in this one. It's the fact that the top of the lineup for the Phillies has been absolutely disastrous. They have gotten barely any production from their top 3 big names. Like Trey Turner, I think, is hitting 143. Bryce Harper, same thing. And even Kyle Schwarber, I don't think he's even gotten a hit yet, if I am not mistaken. So it's one of those things where it feels like all the factors are kind of going against the Phillies. But I will say this. I kind of felt this way about the Yankees last night, to where it looked like everything was kind of going against them, and they made it a comeback. Sometimes when teams are in this desperation spot, when they're backed into a corner, they'll play better. But I don't know, Jenks. I still feel like the Dodgers are the play, just because to me they're the more consistent team. Like, you look at Yamamoto in this situation. He is the way more consistent pitcher. A 2.49 ERA this year. I know there are bullpen issues, but I feel like Sasaki will come in to close it tonight if need be. I don't think that, we're going to get cute tonight with the relieving situation. And this Dodgers lineup, I think, has gone over their team total every single game of the postseason. So I feel like for me, it has to be the Dodgers.
Oh, yeah. I think you can play the Dodgers in myriad ways here. You can back Yamamoto. You can look at the Dodgers team total here. This is just a bad spot for the Phillies, and I think the difference between the Phillies and Yankees is that the Yankees were going back home, and there's something about that atmosphere. There's something about being in front of the home crowd, and also with the way the Yankees have played, we knew at some point the bats were going to awaken, and maybe you could say that about the Phillies, but if you go back to the regular season, the Phillies bats were awesome at home, but then they would go cold on the road. Like, their splits between road and home are pretty dramatic. So if I definitely don't trust you now if you're already cold at Citizens Bank Park, and now you got to go out to L.A. and I expect you to heat up against Yamamoto, who has been unbelievable over the past month or two. He's allowed 2 earned runs over his last 33 2/3 innings, but now maybe the Philly bats come alive. I don't see it.
Right. I just feel like I can't make a good case for it with all of the information at hand. So I'm looking at team totals, and we don't get that 3.5 that we had the other night for a solid price. I think that's minus 180. So you'd have to find either something to parlay with it, or you have to eat a lot of juice there. But Dodgers over 4.5 runs is even money. Jenks, is that the way to go, or do you go Dodgers run line? Is there another creative way to play this? Because the Dodgers on the money line is minus 180.
I think you probably just go over the team total here. You look at first 5. You can shop around, maybe find the Dodgers on the money line at a decent price. No, you're not going to be able to. I'll look around for maybe the Yankees. I think I kind of like them tonight. I think ultimately you just find a Dodgers play and roll with it once you find a decent price here. Like, the Dodgers are hitting like crazy. They got a guy in Aaron Nola who can absolutely been hit up. Like, Aaron Nola's numbers are atrocious. Like, I can't state how bad he's been for Philadelphia, and I know it feels like I'm piling on, but I'm not. On the road this season, he's 0-6 with a 6.97 ERA. He has an ERA near 7 on the road. And now he has to go out and face the Dodgers, a hot-hitting Dodgers club. Yeah. Hit that over 4.5. I mean, yeah, he'll get pulled early. Maybe they go to Suarez, and then maybe that's how Philly keeps it close, and that's your sabotage factor. But if you're looking for a nice even money play with the way the Dodgers are playing, I don't mind that at all.
Yeah, that, or I guess if you believe in the Phillies at all, like if you think they can at least contribute to the total, maybe you go over 8, because I do believe in the Dodgers bats. I do think they're going to score some runs, and maybe just maybe we will finally see some life from the Phillies bats, because I will say this, they are good hitters. Like, it's crazy to me that we're just seeing nothing from them. And it's not like the Dodgers have some guys out of the bullpen that can't be hit. There are guys that they could get some hits off. Not everybody is throwing absolute gas. So we'll see. I do think if you believe in the Phillies at all, maybe you just play the over. All right, let's get to some of these other games because we do have some good ones. All right, so tight turnaround for the Mariners and Tigers as they are the early game today. Mariners lead this series 2-1 after winning last night. Tigers favored tonight. Or today, I should say, at -115, Mariners -105. Total of 8.5. Bryce Miller goes for Seattle, 4-6 with a 5.68 ERA. Casey Mize countering for the Tigers. He's 14-6 this year with a 3.87 ERA. So, Jenks, I think if I am reading between the lines on what you said earlier, the Tigers have the edge when it comes to the pitching matchup, but are you willing to trust their bats?
I really like the Tigers here. Am I crazy? I like a lot of chalk today, but this is not heavy chalk, though. This is -115, right? Yeah, so this is okay. I know people here, you're betting on the Tigers, and they cringe a little bit, and I understand that, but this is the one time. This is the one time where if you're going to bet on Detroit, maybe this is it. And I will say this. Moving forward, if they win this game, all of a sudden we got a tie series and maybe Skubal takes the mound for Detroit in Game 5? I can't put money on Detroit. But in this game, look, Bryce Miller is going for the Mariners. And just like I was talking about how bad Aaron Nola has been for Philadelphia, Bryce Miller has not been good for Seattle, particularly on the road. He will get hit. Even the Tigers are going to score runs against him. He's given up at least 3 runs in 10 of his last 12 appearances. He hasn't allowed fewer than 2 runs in any of those starts. The Tigers have not seen him this season. I don't really think it matters. Bryce Miller is 2-3 with a 5.56 ERA. I feel like the Tigers at home with Casey Mize, who has been solid, I think he has a significant advantage over Bryce Miller. I'm going to be on the Tigers. I just talked myself into it.
Well, let me ask you this. You liked the over yesterday, and if you think that the Tigers will have a fighting chance against Bryce Miller, and Seattle has a good offense, number 1 across the board in all of baseball, maybe they can scratch off a couple against Casey Mize and its Detroit bullpen, you can get an over 8 for -129.
Ooh, that's not bad. Maybe that's the way to go because both of these guys are definitely going to give up runs, I feel like. All right.
That's how I feel. I think I like that a little bit better than trusting a side. And this one just because, again, it's tough. Well, I guess that goes against the over as well if you're saying it's tough to trust the Tigers lineup. But Bryce Miller does not feel like he is a lights-out pitcher. Does feel like he's going to give up some runs here. So I think that's a solid play. All right, how about these other 2 games? So I know you like the Yankees today, so let's go to that one. Blue Jays, Yankees. Blue Jays lead the series 2-1, but the Yankees have all the momentum after a huge come-from-behind victory last night. Aaron Judge putting on an absolute clinic. Yankees -185 today, though. So, Jenks, how are you playing this one?
Well, I'm going to shop around and see, can I find the Yankees in the money line at a palatable price? Probably not. Maybe I'll play Yankees -1, maybe the Yankees on the run line. I just feel like that when you've got a bullpen game for Toronto going up against Cam Schlittler. I mean, Cam Schlittler has been great. I don't think he's going to be overwhelmed by the moment. We've already seen that, right? Last time out, he was brilliant. We saw Aaron Judge come alive yesterday. And then, even though it's a very small sample size, the Blue Jays pen has not been good. They've given up 19 hits, 12 earned runs, and an ERA of 8.76 thus far. I think New York is alive here in this series. I think we go back to Toronto for a deciding Game 5. And I'm on the Yankees. I just have to decide. Earlier today, you could get the Yankees on the money line at -167, but I think that is gone now. So I will probably look at them on the run line, maybe -1.
Or if you're interested in a player prop, so Louis Varland was the guy on the mound when Aaron Judge hit that, game-breaking or game-tying home run, I should say. Aaron Judge total bases today over 1.5 is -124. I feel like that's a pretty good look. When you have a bullpen game from the Blue Jays, Aaron Judge is hitting 500 for the postseason. 500. So even when he's not hitting those home runs, he is getting on base. So I feel like that is a solid play. Or you could do hits, runs, RBI. No, that number's a little too juicy. But I do think it's a big Aaron Judge game. Or you could go team total for the Yankees, which it's so early in the morning that we're not seeing some of these. Like BetMGM has barely nothing. But I do think the Yankees score some runs. I'm not sure if I trust them because I will say this: the Blue Jays have been scoring a ton of runs too. You could probably make a solid case for the over as well. Told this one is 8.5. I bet you could get a decent price on an 8. A nice round number. We like doing that. So I do think the Yankees offense scores some runs tonight. All right, coming up next, we got to whine about it on a Wednesday. You know we love complaining. It's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're off. We're running. I am one coffee into the show. In a few minutes, we're going to whine about it on a Wednesday. And the fact that we get paid to complain is me achieving a lifelong goal. So you should be happy for me. All right, Jenk. So last night I was thinking this, to where there are so many great moments in sports games, they'll be left on the cutting room floor because the game, changes on a dime. Like last night, I'm watching the Blue Jays game. And so Vladdy Jr. does this like majestic slide where he like dives into the air and he literally looks like Superman and he's safe at the plate. And you're like, wow, this is going to be the image of the game. And then the next few innings happen. So it's wild how, if the Blue Jays would have won the game, that would have been like the defining moment.
Yeah.
But I remember this from like my sports writing days where you're sitting there and you're on deadline. So you're like, okay, I have to write this story. And you're like, okay, it's the fifth inning. I already have my story written, ready to roll.
Oh, yeah.
And then the next few innings happen and it's like, select all, delete. Because it doesn't matter. Like the first of the game does not matter if the game changes that much. And it's wild to me how people very soon forget that anything can happen in sports. Like I see this all the time and it's like we're never going to learn our lesson to wait until the game is finally over to start celebrating. Like I think betting will teach you this in the best of ways, to where like we've all been there. We're like, oh well, he has 47 yards, he just needs 48 and we have a whole half left. Guess what he's going to do? He's going to finish with 47. You're going to lose your bet by 1 yard. So I feel like no matter how many times this happens, it's like people and winter. When winter comes, as it does every single year, people are like, oh my God, it's cold.
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah, it literally comes every year. But it's wild to me how people never learn their lesson when it comes to thinking that the game is over when it's not.
Oh, absolutely. And I've learned this lesson numerous times where, especially now, I'm very good about saying, like, you never know. Like, you just never know. And I think it's because of sports betting. Like, it's one thing when you experience that as a fan and there's nothing on the line. And it's not like we're betting hundreds of dollars here, thousands of dollars. But there's definitely more of a propensity to think I got this because there's something on the line. And then you quickly realize that's the one thing about betting that has taught me is that you never really know. And the numbers are the numbers. And so if a game seems like it's going to be close and you think, oh, it's going to be a blowout, it's probably going to be close, like more often than not. And you end up realizing that even a 14-point lead, like Chiefs Jaguars is a perfect example on Monday night where I was in the Jags plus 3.5. That game was 14-0 early on. And the Chiefs were dominating. And I was like, nice pick, Michael. You blew it. And I was like, well done, bro. Like, nice job. And then I turned off the game for a while, turned it back on. I was like, oh, the Jags are making this a game. And look, it doesn't always work out that way. It's just that you never really know until the final second ticks off the clock. And sports wagering will teach you that in a big way.
Right. And I think it'll teach you not to mentally already celebrate. Because I still have to do that. Like, even if I'm not telling anybody, there is a good feeling of, like, turning on the TV and seeing your team way ahead. Like, oh, this game's over. Like, let's turn it to another one. Good job, Chelsea. Great analysis. So I think that's one of the lessons that I have learned. And for the love of God, like, don't put it on the internet. Like, people do this all the time where they celebrate wins and you're like, the game's not over. And somebody is going to old takes expose you. So it can happen in the postseason. It can happen in the regular season. And listen, even at the highest levels of football, like we still see chaos. Like this is chaos that you think you only see in like Little League soccer or MACtion football, but we see it all the time in the NFL. So you best be prepared. All right. So I've already whined about that, but we've got more whining to go because it is a Whine About It Wednesday.
Why talk about it when you can whine about it?
Whine, whine, whine.
Here on Whining Wednesday.
Do you want to hear whining?
On the Daily Tip.
All right, Jenks. So what sector will you be whining about today? Is it going to be home improvement? Is it going to be a corporation? Is it going to be a person who is not very good at communication? What's it going to be this week?
I'm going to complain about myself. I'm annoyed with myself.
Oh.
Yeah.
Cell phone.
I annoy myself on a regular basis. Like, I don't know about you, but I get on my own nerves. Like, my brain, I kind of get in my head, or I get absent-minded. I'm like, Michael, what are you doing? So yesterday, I go around the corner to the coffee shop I always go to, and I'm definitely a regular there. And so I went in, and I ordered my red eye like I always do, and then I needed some coffee, they have really nice coffee, really delicious coffee from all over the world. And so I got that ground into drip coffee so we could make some in the morning. And so in the process of ordering my red eye, as soon as they saw me walk in, they started making the coffee. And normally a red eye, they pour the coffee in, then it takes a couple shots of espresso, and it takes a little bit of time. But they started making this immediately because I'm such a creature of habit. And I was so enamored by the fact that I got it so quickly. I was like, whoa, is this red eye? And she was like, yeah. I was like, wow, that was really quick. She was like, yeah, you're regular. I knew what you're going to get. So I started making it as soon as you walked through the door. And I was like, oh, that's cool. I appreciate it. And then I was so distracted by that, I walked out and left my coffee in there that I had ground up. And so I got around the corner to my front door and I was like, way to go, Michael. Now you got to go all the way back, which was just around the corner. But I walked in and the girl was like holding the coffee and laughing. And I was like, yeah, sorry, I'm an idiot. So I'm whining about my absent-mindedness where I get distracted so quickly and I forget what I'm doing and I have to go back, tail between the legs. Like, yeah, I'm the guy who ordered something and then walked out without it. So I'm whining about me.
Well, we've all been there. And I think that's the tie into professional sports is that we forget that these are humans. And we all make these type of mistakes all the time. Where on paper, you're like, I'd never do that. And I've done this before where I've driven off without my credit card. And, the drive-through person's just sitting there like, and you have to make the dumb loop around and pull parallel park next to the person who's parked at the window. I'm like, I forgot my credit card. And I'm like, this idiot. But for me, what I'm going to complain about is the fact that for some reason, in this day and age, kids have fall break. Jenks, let me know if you've heard of this, where we get a full week off, Sumner County schools, and a random week in October. I don't remember this. I remember getting off maybe 2 or 3 days for Thanksgiving, but what is this even for? And I'm not saying that I'm complaining that I have to hang out with my kid, but it's definitely throwing a wrench in my plans where I normally get mom time during the day. And instead, we're watching Gabby's Dollhouse, which we did go see the movie, and Blake really enjoyed it. But did you have a fall break growing up? I feel like this is relatively new.
No, not at all. So that's not something I have. Fall break. That sounds amazing.
A full week.
That's incredible. Fall break. No. I mean, you get days off for Thanksgiving or Christmas or whatever, but fall break? These kids, man, they got it so easy. I don't know. Yeah, I know that's not something I experienced.
So easy in the fact that they set you up to think that life is like this. You're like, oh, I can't wait till summer. Summer's amazing. You don't have to do anything. No, you absolutely have to work in the summer, and absolutely nothing stops. I feel like that is a lie that is perpetuated throughout your younger years, where you're like, oh, well, you don't work on holidays, right? And it's like, no, you're going to work on 5 Christmases in a row, and you're going to eat your Christmas meal from a vending machine. Strawberry Pop-Tarts and a Diet Coke. Merry Christmas.
Wasn't it like that too, especially, and has been, continues to be in broadcasting, right? You know how this goes, right?
Yeah.
If you're trying to make your way in the business and you start off as a reporter or a weekend anchor, and what do you want to do? You want to be on the desk Monday through Friday. You want to host the shows during the week, and then you finally get to the 10 o'clock shows, and then you get to do that on Thanksgiving and Christmas, right? When the main person is like, guess what? I'm taking time off at your time. I'm like, awesome. Oh, I work Christmas Eve and Christmas Day? Great. That's the one, your time to shine is always on the holidays.
Yeah, the worst part for me is that I was always the lowest ranking person. So it's always me. Or at my first job, I was the only person in the sports department. I was a one-man band sports department because that's all they would have money for. So it was great that I was the Monday through Friday person, but they literally had no fill-in for me. So they guilt trip me. They're like, well, we don't have another sports person. And when you're 22, you're like, oh, well, that's on me, right? No, do not let these people gaslight into, thinking it's your fault that they didn't hire enough people.
Right, for sure. I know I said this story before, but when I was in graduate school, and I don't know why I drove out to Odessa, Texas, which is, it took me, 6-7 hours one way just to go out there. I wanted to interview, and I knew I probably wasn't going to take the job. I wanted to finish my degree, but they had one guy in the office, and he was like begging me to take the job. He's like, do you want to work here? You should come work here. I've worked 36 days straight. This guy looked like he was on the edge, like he'd worked more than a month just like carrying the sports department. Like, talk about people who had not, or a station that had not hired enough people, and that was a perfect example.
They will absolutely use and abuse you. So, don't let them do it. All right, so Dan sent us a text earlier in the week that where he compared taking a Pilates class to war. So then get in here.
And
why is
my body
Pilates so difficult?
My body is feeling it right now. I'm complaining about me as well, so I'm in the same boat as Jenks. I am feeling places on my body with soreness that I have not felt. I didn't know they existed. I didn't know I could get sore on the side of my body, not the obliques, but like the actual side of the body. Didn't know that was possible. There are areas in my neck that are sore. Didn't know it was possible. Now it's like a fun sore. It's not like a I hate my life sore. It's like a hey, I did something hard sore, but it's also proof that my body is failing me. It's not that I thought I was in excellent shape. I look at myself in the mirror on a regular basis. I can tell I'm not. However, I did think I was in better shape than I am, and I took one Pilates class, and now I'm basically a deceased human that's walking.
Yes, to the throes of war. I think it's not the fact that you'd be out of shape. I think it's just when you do something different. When you do something different that your body's not used to, you're going to respond to that and you're going to be sore just because it's something your muscles have not been worked on for. So I don't think it's a case of you being out of shape. I think it's just something different.
Yeah, that's true. But good on you for taking Pilates. I've been wanting to do that forever and just have not stepped up and done it.
It is challenging. As somebody who lived in Scottsdale, Arizona, that was the local hobby of all the baseball wives. So I have done many a Pilates class. All right, coming up next, hour 3 of the show, our biggest takeaways from the big games last night, including the Yankees' thrilling come-from-behind victory at the hands of Aaron Judge. Next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker back.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football, and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Wednesday. Thank you for being with us as we are live across the nation, 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour, we got baseball to talk about. The Yankees staying alive in dramatic fashion against the Blue Jays, and Aaron Judge with a signature moment for the Pinstripes. In 20 minutes, it is one of the best rivalries in college football. We will preview Texas and Oklahoma with Sooners insider James Hale. Best bets and the Dogster coming your way at 8:40. Also, how you doing to our audience on Stadium? We stream each and every day our final hour, and you can do so on BalletSportsLive.com or by downloading the Ballet Sports Live app. Also, how you doing? Look, I'm going to wave to our audience on X as well as we continue to stream here. And let's get right to it, Chelsea. We got to start with baseball. What an exciting time of year. We're right in the middle of football season. The fall is here, and we get postseason baseball. And let's start with sort of the undercard, if you will, from yesterday. The Mariners beating the Tigers 8-4. Mariners minus 130 on the money line, and the total set at 7.5. The overhits. Mariners 3 home runs in this one, but the biggest one comes from the big dumper.
Is from. He sends one the other way. Well struck ball, deep left field, and gone. Raleigh's first of the playoffs, and it's 8-1 Seattle. They are feeling it.
This comes after solo shots from Eugenio Suarez and J.P. Crawford. Seattle now 1 win away from its first ALCS since 2001. Suarez said after the game, quote, "The Seattle Mariners deserve where we're at right now. They look a cut above in this series."
Oh, absolutely. And we finally saw their offense come to play because the first 2 games of the series were low scoring and only decided by 1 run. So finally a breakout game for the Seattle offense. It's been tops across the board over the last month of the regular season and most of the postseason. I guess not in those 2 games, but my point being is that they are the better offense in this series, and they finally showed it. So that's my takeaway, I think, for the series moving forward is what offense will we see from the Tigers? Because that's been the problem for Detroit is that they'll have these great pitching performances. I know last night was not one of them, but looking forward to the rest of the series, where they have Casey Mize going tonight and possibly Tariq Skubal on the mound. But even when they've had these great pitching performances, like they have to eke out these wins where it's 3-2 or 2-1. So I think if this Mariners lineup keeps mashing the ball the way that they did last night, it's going to be a steep uphill climb for this Tigers team.
I know, and I think I'm going to bet the Tigers today. What's wrong with me? I'm going to do it. This is one of those games where I like to have, I don't know about you, but when you handicap a game, I feel like you're not like this, or at least not as much as I am like this, which is I like to find other opinions that sort of back mine as opposed to going solo. And I feel like here I'm kind of solo. I don't see a lot of people on the Tigers because of the reasons you mentioned. It's hard to back them in their bats, but I think they're the right side today. Do you have to have that sort of secondary reinforcement, or are you like, no, I love this play?
I think if I have enough ammo by myself, because here's the thing, we do this show so early in the morning that sometimes there's no other opinions out there. So true. I think I don't really like relying on other people either. But if you have enough ammo and logic, and I feel like that's the thing on this show, if I'm going to tell people to bet on something, I want a lot of reasoning behind it. So when you look at the numbers, the Mariners do feel like the play when you look at the overall series, but I can understand where you're coming from when it comes to this next pitching matchup, because the pitching matchup does favor Casey Mize over Bryce Miller. But I think for me, it's more that I don't trust the Tigers lineup, because the thing is, Like, Casey Mize could have a great game, and we have seen this, where Tariq Skubal has pitched out of his mind, and these were still close games. Like, that's the sabotage factor for the Tigers.
Oh, I know. You're right. Also, did you see the guy who got Cal Raleigh's home run? This guy is going to tell this story for the rest of his life. So that ball went to the bullpen, and I remember the bullpen reached up and handed it to a guy who had on a custom shirt that had 61 on front for 61 home runs for Cal Raleigh, and it said "dump here." So this guy who has a "dump here" shirt on got handed this ball, and it was like someone handed him like a bar of gold. Like, this was the one guy in the stadium who needed that home run ball.
How can you not be romantic about baseball, right?
I know
Especially when it says "dump here." How romantic, Jenks.
It's amazing. I mean, that's what makes baseball great. The postseason in baseball, I mean, any postseason is great, but there is something about fall weather and October baseball. You know what I mean? Which is, I mean, that's right where we are right now. And we saw that in the Bronx, so we'll talk about that here in a second. But there is something, even for the casual fan, I feel like that stands out.
Well, especially because baseball has 162 regular season games, and they just don't have the same level of urgency. Because, like, for football, every game matters so much that, like, there is a level of urgency even when it's only the regular season. So it just has such a different feel to it. And, like, the managing actually matters in these games. Like, It's crazy how we don't really talk about managers that much until the postseason, and then it feels like a huge deal. It's like kickers in the NFL, where, like, nobody cares about the kicker until the game's on the line.
Does that matter most in baseball than any other sport, especially in the postseason? I feel like it does, because there are so many different moves you can make from batter to batter, from strike to ball. Like, it's so intricate and so numbers-based. Baseball, which that's the way it is. I feel like managing in baseball is different than any other sport, and it's not close.
I don't know, because football has play calling, right?
Yeah.
Like, there is a lot more that the coach does. And somebody brought up this point the other day, and, like, I would need to look up the numbers, but they were saying something to the point of there is a reason that managers in baseball do not make in the same stratosphere as players, like when it comes to salary, because their job just isn't as important, because at the end of the day, like, the players still have to execute in baseball. You know, look at Dave Roberts, who I think some people have pointed at him and said, like, he's made some bad decisions over the years. But when you have a team like the Dodgers, a lot of those mistakes will never see the light of day, because, you know, you're scoring 8 runs a game. So I think it's tough for me to say it's like the toughest coaching job. I just think there are only like a few main decisions, but you absolutely have to get them right. In football, there is a decision, you know, every play.
Yeah. I think that's what I would say about baseball, is that those decisions maybe are fewer, but they're more critical in the moment because there's so few of them. It's like, okay, you're not making as many, but you better nail these 3 or 4 crucial decisions throughout the game, or you can cost your team. What an atmosphere last night in New York. The Yankees down to the Blue Jays 9-6. The Yankees minus 150 on the money line, and the overhits total set at 7 and hook. Early on, Blue Jays just looking like they were going to romp in this game. Vladdy Jr., home run for a 3rd straight game. Blue Jays jump out to a 6-1 lead, but the Yankees come back with 2 in the 3rd. They make it 6-3, and then Aaron Judge ignites Yankee Stadium in the 4th.
2-strike pitch. Hits a drive down the line. If it's fair, it's his moment. It is! It's tied! Judge has arrived!
What a call on FS1. Incredible scene in the Bronx. Game tied at 6, and in the 5th, the Yankees keep the hits coming.
There's a drive to deep right field. New York leads for the first time in the series. Jazz Chisholm goes deep.
And talk about a bat flip. As soon as he swung through, boom, that bat was gone. The Yankees, 8 unanswered runs. The Pinstripes with their largest comeback ever in an elimination game to stay alive. And if the Yankees needed a boost, they got it from their MVP.
Hell yeah, they did. What a moment for Aaron Judge. And I think we've all been waiting for this postseason, because in the past, Aaron Judge has put up these historic numbers in the regular season, but coming into this postseason, he was batting career numbers of 200. I think it was like 208 career postseason batting average. So now he's been absolutely mashing this postseason. He's now hitting 500 across the board. But the difference between, last night's game and these other games is the fact that he had been merely getting on base. He had been, single hitting for the rest of the postseason, which is good. You still have to get on base. But he's Aaron Judge. I mean, look at the guy. He looks like a superhero. You want this guy to hit game-changing home runs, and that's exactly what he did. Especially when you play for a franchise like the Yankees, your legendary status is made in October. People care about the regular season, but this is a team that has all kinds of championships and all kinds of pedigree. So what matters is what you do in the postseason. So Aaron Judge is finally living up, to the potential that we've seen as the most feared hitter in baseball for the regular season. Now he looks like it in the postseason as well.
7 of 11 in this series, 5 RBI, 3 walks, just an absolute monster. And when you look at that one home run in particular, you can hit a home run, and then you can hit a home run like this, where your team needs you. You got a couple guys on base, and this was not a bad pitch from Louis Varland. He said so after the game, which it's weird that he's starting today's game as well. So that makes me like the Yankees quite a bit. Going to be a Blue Jays bullpen game for Toronto. But this was an 0-2 pitch way inside that was 99 miles an hour that Aaron Judge turned on, got the barrel of the bat on, and sent out of the park. Like, that's just stupid stuff. And then I saw a tweet from Stuckey, who is a very popular sports wagerer. I think you know who he is. And so he said that 528 times this season on an 0-2 pitch, there has been a throw which is inside and more than 99 miles an hour. Not a single one had been hit out of the park until last night. Like, that was a superhuman swing from Aaron Judge.
Oh, absolutely. And again, I think it goes back to the fact that he's not just a home run hitter. He is the best pure hitter in baseball right now. Mm-hmm. The fact that he hit 331 for the regular season, and he's also getting walked a ton just because nobody wants to face him. So it's not just, the caliber of the home runs. It's the fact that overall he is just a great hitter. And we saw that. When you can take a pitch like that and send it over the fence and keep it fair, that is a big deal.
Oh, man, and I can't stand the Yankees. I hate the Yankees. But I will say, at the same time, seeing Yankee Stadium go nuts in that moment, and for a guy who is universally considered such a good guy in Aaron Judge, like, I don't know how you can hate on Aaron Judge. Even if you wanted to, you're like, well, maybe he's too nice of a guy. Like, everything you see about him is that he's just the nicest guy and so talented. And I will say, as much as I do not like the Yankees, I know there's a lot of New York haters out there. I will say, as a baseball fan, I was like, man, that's a really awesome moment.
Yeah, and you're happy for Aaron Judge because he does seem like a nice guy. And it just feels like every bit of success is measured against guys like Derek Jeter, who's, like, known for his postseason success. Like, his regular season numbers are nowhere close to, like, the domination that we've seen from Aaron Judge. But it's like those are the guys that changed the course of history, for the Yankees organization. And I feel like Aaron Boone had to be sitting in the dugout thanking the baseball gods for letting him have Aaron Judge on his team. Because before this, I think a lot of people are like, oh, my God, Aaron Boone's at it again. He let Carlos Rodon, pitch to guys and, they were just scoring run after run. This team was in a 6-1 hole. So it's crazy that the Yankees came back. This was a character-building win for the Yankees as a team as well.
Yeah, and, to the point you made earlier, when you have a guy like that, just like Dave Roberts does out in L.A., when you have a lot of guys like that, you can make a miscue, leave a guy in for too long, and then you forget about it. Because are we going to talk about Aaron Boone leaving Carlos Rodon in for too long? No. We're going to say Aaron Judge was amazing, and he was the story of the game, but, man, he can make up for a lot of managerial mistakes. And also, I feel like if you're a guy like Aaron Judge, and you know the history, right? There's no way he doesn't know that he has faltered in postseasons past. We're seeing that with the Phillies right now, with Bryce Harper in particular.
Ooh.
But, yeah, not good. But if you're Aaron Judge and you finally unlock that and you're like, okay, now I've broken through, then it's full throttle because you've broken past that barrier and you're not in your head and you can just play free baseball. And I think that's what we're seeing from him.
Yeah, the mental hurdle has been cleared, and now he can just be his normal self, who is the most feared hitter in all of baseball. And you get Louis Varland pitching to you today. which I don't know if he gets to Aaron Judge. Like, Aaron Judge probably bats third, right? So, like, he probably will have to pitch to him. Like, the total bases for Aaron Judge today, over 1.5, I think it's like minus 120. Feels like you almost have to play that.
Yeah, late in the game, no one on, one out. They intentionally walked Judge. It was just like so much respect. Like, even with nobody on, we don't want to face you. Just go ahead and take your base. He has just been unbelievable in this series. Coming up next on the show, Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer is scheduled to return against Texas. Or is he? We don't know. We're seeing all sorts of headlines. So what are we going to do? We're going to preview the game, and we're going to bring in James Hill from OU Brainiacs, longtime Sooners beat reporter. He is next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. It's this weekend, Texas, Oklahoma. Maybe not the impactful game that Longhorns fans were hoping for after a couple losses this season to Ohio State and now Florida, but still a huge game nonetheless. We will preview it with James Hale, the longtime journalist on the Sooners beat. Have you seen this story, this headline from the New York Times that has blown up Twitter regarding Arch Manning? It has united fans across college football. This is one of the most offensive and blatant rage bait headlines I've ever read. From The Athletic, many people are having a bad year in college football, but Arch Manning is having one of the worst. The quarterback has gone from preseason Heisman Trophy favorite and projected number 1 draft pick to a man synonymous with failure. Ooh. The headline on the article says it's Arch Manning college football's first flop, which I find ridiculous. And it's not just me. Obviously, I'm a Texas fan, but I've seen Sooners. I've seen Aggies. Josh Pate was tweeting about this. Across the board, everyone is saying this is ridiculous. A flop and synonymous with failure. Because a kid who has started 5 games this season, who is less than a year into his first season as a starter at Texas, is synonymous with failure? Like, what in the hell are you guys talking about? Even if you don't like Texas, a lot of people hate Texas, there's no way you can justify this headline. He hasn't been Heisman Trophy-esque, not close. He hasn't been a flop. He's been very mid. He hasn't met expectations. And guess what? Those expectations were put on him by us, by the media. Arch himself has said, I haven't done anything. For them to come out and to throw out a headline this egregious is a slap in the face to anyone who watches college football. And it's very mean-spirited, frankly, towards Arch.
It just feels premature to me, right? Like, the season's not over. Like, we were just talking about this in one of our previous segments, how people are so quick to come to conclusions. You know, at halftime, the game's not over. Like, what if people were writing the headline on the Yankees and Blue Jays series saying, oh, it's time to go to Cancun for the Yankees. Aaron Bona's done. Let's wait and let things play out. Like, we see this in sports all the time where people come back and they, put together a great second half of the season, a second half of a football game. So maybe it looks like that now, even though I don't think he's synonymous with failure.
It's ridiculous.
Like, that's not the first person I think of. It's like, you say the word failure, and I tell you the word I think of. Arch Manning. No, I don't think that. Like, I feel like he has not lived up to the hype.
No.
And it's certainly been an upsetting season so far for Texas. But there is still a season left. And we have seen teams, have great comebacks. This with, Florida last year? Where it looks like Billy Napier should, list his house for sale. And they win all these games in a row. And I'm not saying that, that was a storybook season. I am just saying, let's let his career unfold just a little bit longer before we label him a huge flop.
Yeah, there's also a massive difference between disappointing, not living up to the hype, and synonymous with failure. Like, that is such an offensive line. Do you know how many studs have come out of high school, played maybe a down or two of college football, transferred, never gone anywhere, never done anything? And also it ignores any and all context, which is he's playing behind a makeshift offensive line, which is almost entirely new and not that good. Like, watch the game tape. Arch will look really good and make some incredible pro throws and then, miss guys who are wide open down the field and just stare down his first option or his first read. So that's been all over my timeline, of course, because I follow a ton of Texas people. But the one tweet that got to me was, who knew that this article about Arch Manning would unite everyone in college football. Like, everyone is saying this is ridiculous, and it is ridiculous. And I can't believe it came from The Athletic, or maybe I shouldn't be surprised.
Well, I think it's upsetting because, like, this is the firestorm that the media created.
Yeah.
Like, this media hype storm that surrounded Arch Manning was not his own doing. Like, it's not his own fault. But again, going back to, like, premature labeling thing. Like, look at some of these quarterbacks at their first stops.
Yeah.
Like, Joe Burrow wasn't even the starter at Ohio State. He goes to LSU and is one of the best college football quarterbacks we've ever seen. Look at Bo Nix. People were hugely disappointed with Bo Nix at Auburn because his dad was the quarterback at Auburn. He had this legacy, maybe not the legacy as, the Mannings, but still a big legacy in Auburn. And then he goes to Oregon and shows up. And now he's in the NFL with the Broncos. So, like, let's let his career pan out before we say, oh, he's a huge flop. The guy just started his career.
He just started. I mean, my timeline is flooded here. And I think the biggest point is, like you were saying, look, it just started. It just started. And even if you look at draft experts and what they'll say is, okay, he's not close to being ready to be drafted next year. He's definitely a player who needs another year of seasoning. Does he show pro potential? Yes, he does. Does he still make pro throws? Yes, but he's not ready. So these are NFL pundits, guys who do this for a living, saying, no, he has the NFL potential, but it has to develop, and you see that all the time in college football. And also, he's from a smaller school in New Orleans, so when you have such a ramp up in competition, and again with an offense that has struggled to do anything, even on the ground, it's probably going to take longer than normal. I think that's what we're seeing here. It doesn't mean that Arch Manning is going to be a superstar. It doesn't mean that. He might not. But saying he's synonymous with failure is, I can't imagine how stupid you have to be, or you're just intentionally rage baiting, and neither one of those answers is good.
Well, that's the problem is, like, companies know exactly what they're doing, and I think they want to rage bait because they know they're going to get engagement, and that is the sad state of journalism that we are in. But, Jenks, to spin this forward, do you think this is good enough bulletin board material for Texas to keep it close with Oklahoma this week?
I think Texas is the right side. Right now, Texas is laying 2.5. And, I think PJ nailed this, and I think PJ is a very astute bettor, particularly when it comes to football, and he jumped on this immediately, and this is a perfect buy low spot on Texas. I think the key, though, is not Arch. I think all the focus will be on Arch, and we will hear about a revenge factor. A revenge factor is not going to help that offensive line, which cannot move anyone. Texas can't run the ball. They can't move anyone off the line of scrimmage, which means they've got to have Arch play hero ball, and he's not ready for that. That's hard enough to do in college football. He's not ready for that. And he had to do it against Florida, and actually was not bad. Like, at the end of that game, there wasn't some good clock management. Arch kind of willed them back into that game despite the fact that the offense was so bad. But he's not ready to do that, and especially not ready to do that against this Oklahoma defense. So I don't know how much revenge will play a factor. What I do know is the Texas defense was not prepared for how aggressive Florida was. They underestimated how good Florida is. And here's the thing. Florida may not be a good football team, but the talent's there, which is why the boosters are up in arms. They've recruited really well. So they have the talent. Texas wasn't ready for that. I don't expect a repeat performance from the Texas defense in this game. So I think the Texas defense will come to play. And so the question is, can they keep Oklahoma at bay and generate enough points with a very mediocre offense? I think they can. This is a really good buy low spot on Texas. And also, is John Mateer going to play? Like, that's the real question. And I've gone back and forth here. Let me tell you something about the Sooners. The same reason why James Hale isn't here. I'll tell you one thing, they do another. He didn't show up today. All right, James. We'll give you a mulligan here. We'll show up. Nope, not going to be there. John Mateer's going to play. Oh, maybe he won't. Like, this is all the gamesmanship that goes into Texas and Oklahoma. I cannot tell you, Chelsea, how many times over the years a guy will be injured and we hear out 6 weeks, and then what do you know? 2 weeks earlier than scheduled, someone suits up and they play. So one of two things is going on here. Either John Mateer is going to play and Oklahoma is gearing everyone up for him returning and being huge in this game. I sort of thought that initially. I actually don't think he's healthy the more I read about this. I think what's happening is Oklahoma is putting it out there. Mateer's going to play, and maybe he'll play a little. I don't think he's ready, and I think they want Texas preparing for John Mateer, and then Michael Hawkins Jr. starts the game and plays the majority of the game. They're trying to throw off the Longhorns. This is all gamesmanship.
Well, and why would they not use that to their advantage?
Yeah.
You know, it's a big deal, something that you can use against your opponent. But what do you think this line is saying? Because honestly, Jenks, I was kind of surprised to see that Texas was favored in this game. And I feel like it's the odds makers saying that John Mateer is not going to play. That or something we're not seeing, because take the two names off of this game, and usually when there is a home team favored against a top 10 team, a big red flag should be popping up in your head. Because usually the odds makers are right in these situations. I will say, from a cautious standpoint, I feel like I personally need to see it from Texas first, because you sold me on Texas against Florida, and I totally bought it, and I do get it, but I think I need to see it. But strictly from a logic standpoint, usually in these cases where the home team is favored and they are unranked and the other team is in the top 10, usually I will take the odds maker side as opposed to the people who do the AP rankings.
1,000%. This line wants you, sportsbooks want you to bet on Oklahoma here. They want you to bet on Oklahoma.
Right.
Everyone saw what happened with Texas and Florida. Okay, it was a big story last week because it was a massive upset. Texas should have won that game, but they didn't. They got outplayed. Credit to the Gators. But Vegas is saying, look at this. Oklahoma is a dog. Oklahoma is a dog. Go ahead. So I think Texas is the right side because of that. Now, I'm not going to bet it personally. The one thing I've learned about this rivalry over the years, and it's really hard to understand unless you sort of live it or you've experienced it, is that Oklahoma hates Texas more than Texas hates Oklahoma. Like, I can't stand Oklahoma. Oklahoma sucks. OU sucks. We cheer it at every game. But the Sooners are like singularly focused on Texas because it's all, what's in Oklahoma? Nothing. The Thunder and the Sooners. Okay? That's all they got. There's a reason why every single game that Oklahoma plays, when you see an Oklahoma fan, they're playing UAB. What are they doing? Horns down. Like, they are singularly obsessed with beating Texas. And that means that Oklahoma generally comes out with its hair on fire. They come out and they play at an intensity that sometimes it's hard for Texas to match. Like Mac Brown used to say this, and it used to drive me through the roof. He'd be like, you got to survive the surge. Like, survive this, be the surge. Like, he would be like, survive the surge. Like, Oklahoma's going to come out, they're going to be intense, we got to survive the surge. I'm like, be the surge, be the aggressor. Like, you're already telling your team they're going to come out more intense than you. You just got to survive it. You got to put up with it. And I was like, that's the wrong message to send, which is why, oh my God, I'm having like PTSD. Texas would go to the Cotton Bowl and get its ass whipped on a couple of occasions, like destroyed. But the point is, Texas has to match that intensity. So that's why the first quarter or so, first 10 minutes of the game are crucial. Because if the Sooners get off to a hot start, Texas is in trouble. If Texas holds its ground and plays good defense, Texas, I think, wins this game.
They need a motivational speech from Beth Dutton from Yellowstone where she says, you are the trailer park, I am the tornado. Like, that's the mentality that they need to have.
Yeah.
It does fit since they're in the Midwest. But Jenks, the total in this game, because I was like, okay, I believe in both of these defenses, but the total is 42.5, I believe. Is that bettable?
Yeah.
It might be too low.
Well, it's going to be interesting. I don't know if Mateer's going to play. I mean, that's the real key here, but Vegas has to know, right? So I feel like Texas is favored for a reason here. Texas cannot run the ball. They're going to have to throw the ball, and that Oklahoma defense is really good, like very, very good. And then conversely, the Texas defense is really good. And do you really trust Michael Hawkins Jr. to throw the ball against this Texas defense? I don't know if Oklahoma can run it. So this could definitely be a low-scoring rock fight. This could be a 2017 game in Dallas.
I hate playing totals this low in college football.
I do too.
Just because it feels like there is more chaos. Like, there could be more big plays. There could be like a defensive touchdown. I don't know. But I will say this. With everything you've told me about Oklahoma, they've got to be pushing Mateer to play. Like, this is a game that the boosters care about. This is where college is different than the pros. They absolutely want this game so bad. They will give him whatever drug he needs. Yeah,
I thought you were going to say, with everything you've told me about Oklahoma, I never want to move there. And I've been like, yeah, good call.
I wasn't gonna.
You went in a different direction. Going next on the show, got baseball and hockey on the schedule tonight. A little stick and puck, but we'll tell you where we are putting our money. Plus, the Donkster has a big announcement. All right, that's next in the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is a Wednesday. Welcome back. Everyone's here. I like when everyone's here. Got Denton in studio. Dylan, Double D, Chelsea. I'm Jinx. Bet Sweat's on the way. Chelsea, did I see you swinging a club yesterday on the links, getting ready for the Ryder Cup in 2 years? What was happening?
Oh, yeah. So it rained for most of the day, so the course was closed. It's behind our house, which means we can walk it for free, and nobody is out there. And plus, Jake had off work yesterday, so we as a family love to play golf and walk the course. So that's exactly what we did. It was so nice because that combines like my favorite activities, which is being outside, being active, and like being with my family. So it was a great day.
Oh, that's cool. Cool.
That's cool.
That's cool. That's
Kewl.
Cool. Does Blake have like little clubs that she uses? I mean, I know she's playing softball. She's all over the place, but does she have like a kid's set of clubs?
She has like not a full set, but she has an iron, a driver, and a putter.
Oh,
so
perfect.
like she uses them pretty well. I feel like I need to get myself some clubs because I have been using my husband's advanced men's set of irons.
Jeez.
And Jenks, that has not been easy trying to hit irons with those. I feel like I've been pretty solid with like some of the longer irons, but I don't know. I feel like iron play is the toughest part for like casual golfers.
Yeah, long irons are brutal. Like, I feel like if I have to pull out like a 2 or a 3 iron, which normally I don't hit a 2. I don't play golf that often. Rarely. I used to play on a regular basis, and it's been a long time. Like, maybe at some point I'll take it up again. But I got rid of my old clubs because they were just sitting around. They were old, and I wasn't hitting the course enough. But long irons, I think you're right, are so tough.
Well, the problem is number one, they're too long for me because Jake is taller than me. And also, like, he's not a scratch golfer, but he's close.
Yeah.
So irons for those type of golfers have a lot smaller sweet spot because they're, I don't know what it is. But, like, if you look at beginner sets, the clubs are bigger because they're like, hey, this person needs a lot of help.
Yeah.
Let's give them, like, a hockey stick to hit the club with. So I will say it's made me probably a better golfer having to use those advanced clubs. But maybe one day, Jenks, it just... I still have not played a full round of golf, so I just feel like I can't justify it.
That's wild to me. You've never played a full round, not once?
No, I've played bits and pieces, and the problem is my husband's such a good golfer that when I go with him, because I did play with him before Blake, that I feel obligated to pick up my ball and, like, give up that hole. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's the worst.
I am very self-conscious about playing slow, because there's nothing worse than being behind a group that is absolutely terrible. So I don't want to do that.
No, I get that. I've been paired with people who are much better than me, which is not difficult, and they're playing at such a quick rate and they're so good, like you feel the pressure to, I have to hurry. And if you're trying to get better, then the last thing you want to do, particularly when you're still trying to improve, is rush your shot, right? Because you're still trying to figure out, what to do, how to hit, kind of get out of your head because golf is such a mental game. And so half the time you're like, I'll just pick up my ball. And that's not a way to get better over time.
No. But golf is tough and it just takes forever. Because that's the other thing. I just don't have the time to go play all the time. But a girl can dream. Maybe when I'm retired.
Maybe one day. Well, in the interim, what we can do is take a swing and maybe hit some of these bets. Before we do that, got to tell you what's coming up next on Bet Sweats. Sammy P giving out their favorite baseball plays for the day. They'll look at some live dogs for Week 6 in the National Football League. Nate Collins is along in less than an hour at 9:20, and then Eric Kratz from Foul Territory TV joins the show at 11 o'clock. All right, money-making time.
Time to place your bets.
Oh, look at this. Inserted into the lineup at the last second. I like this play.
Ah, yes, because this rundown had to make me sign in again. Love that. All right, so best bet of the day for me is banking on the hottest hitter in the postseason for the New York Yankees, and that has been Aaron Judge. Huge moment last night, keeping his Yankees still in the postseason with a game-tying home run, and he's been great all postseason long, hitting 500 for the postseason. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over 1.5 hits plus runs plus RBI. So this way, if he walks and he scores a run, that still counts because sometimes that can be the sabotage factor in playing total bases. But if you look at this number of 1.5 hits, runs, RBI, he has hit this in 5 of 6 postseason games. And again, the guy is hitting 500. You have a bullpen game for the Blue Jays today. You have Louis Varland, who was on the mound for that home run that Aaron Judge hit. So I feel like all the factors align here. I think the captain gets it done tonight once again. So let's go over 1.5 hits, runs, RBI for Aaron Judge for my
okay. Yeah. Good call there. I didn't know where you were going to go, but that is a solid play. All right. I have 3 plays on the card today. Whatever. Let's just do it. Let's get this one over with. Tigers money line, -115 against the Mariners. I know. It pains me to say it. It pains you to hear it. Am I really putting money on Detroit? I really am. What? Oh, God. What are you doing? Idiot. Casey Mize is going with the Tigers. Bryce Miller is going for the Mariners. I think the Tigers get back in this thing. Bryce Miller is not a guy you want to trust here. He's given up at least 3 runs in 10 of his last 12 appearances. Hasn't allowed fewer than 2 runs in any of those starts. He will get hit. Now, the Tigers have not seen him this season. I don't think it matters. And if you look deeper into the numbers here, on the road this season, Miller is 2-3, 5.56 ERA. This is an afternoon game. Miller has made 4 afternoon starts this season. He has an ERA of 7.58. I think the Dodgers, or the Tigers, I should say, find a way to win this game. Let's go Detroit on the money line at -115.
I have so many theories for today's card, but I don't know if they're strong enough theories to actually play them. I have a lot of leans, but Mama wants to be careful on where she puts her money. So my one lean for the day, this is not official.
Okay.
Phillies Dodgers over 7.5. I do feel like the Dodgers team totals is a good look as well, but I don't know. I think the Phillies show some type of fight here. Yamamoto has really good numbers, but we have seen some cracks in the bullpen for the Dodgers. And plus, I feel like the Dodgers probably can put up a 6 spot. It is not going to be wild to me if we see Aaron Nola give up at least a couple of runs and only a couple innings. He has a 6 ERA this year. With that Dodgers lineup, I think we're going to see some runs. Over 7.5, I think, is a solid play. Over 4.5, team total for the Dodgers. I think both of those are good looks, but they're not official.
All right. Good to have a lean, though. Maybe you think about it when you hear the lean. I got 2 other plays on the card. I'm getting juicy today. Yankees -1, -136. Hosting the Blue Jays here. Louis Varland is going up against Cam Schlittler. Louis Varland gave up that home run to Aaron Judge yesterday. He's back on the mound today. This is a bullpen game for Toronto. John Schneider said so yesterday. Look, Max Scherzer's not available. Kevin Gausman not available. So it is all arms on deck for the Jays, and this pen has not been good in the postseason. Jays pen has given up 19 hits, 12 earned, ERA over 8. Small sample size, but still. And Cam Schlittler has been unbelievable for the Yankees, was electric last time out. We've seen Aaron Judge come alive in this series. Yankees -1. It's -136. Hosting the Blue Jays. Worst case, we get a push. And finally, Dodgers' first 5 run line, just -115 against the Phillies. Aaron Nola taking on Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Aaron Nola, why is he starting this game? On the road this season, 0-6, 6.97 ERA, and ERA of almost 7. Oh, yeah, he was good last time out against the Twins, a team that quit at the All-Star break. Meanwhile, Yamamoto has been an absolute wagon, a witch. Look at his last 5 outings, a total of only 2 earned runs over 33 2/3 innings. He struck out 42 during that time. Also, the Phillies lineup has gone cold. Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper not hitting the ball. And when playing at home this season, the Dodgers, 3rd best first 5 team in all of baseball. I think the Phillies are going home tonight, and it is over early. Dodgers first 5 run line, -115.
Did you see where Nick Castellanos was saying too many fans in the stands can be a bad thing? He was like, Red October can be good, but sometimes it can be a lot of pressure. What are we doing?
You're losing
You
it.
need other things to complain about. How about you get some hits? I don't know.
It can be bad in October when your best 3 hitters go like 1 for 22 or whatever it is. That's not good.
Focus on that.
Yeah, let's pivot a little bit. Okay, I guess we got to pivot to the Donkster here before we get to Joe O. Donkster, come on in.
It's time for my streaming corner. I've decided to produce the North Carolina Tar Heel documentary myself.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
You'll get all the tea. What is Jordan Hudson wearing? What does she smell like? And does she love animals?
Yeah. Well, where's this going to stream?
On my new network, Dong. It stands for Donkster Genres. I'll have more details at a later date.
Okay, no thanks. Do you have a bet?
Cubs, money line, taking on the Brewers.
Okay. Coming up next on That Sweats, it's Joe O. Joe O, good morning. How you doing?
I don't check the Dong network on your work computer. That's what I've been told.
Make sure you're at home first.
Oh.
Ridiculous.
All right, so what'd you make of the Yankees last night? What a comeback, huh?
Man.
Gotta pivot.
So have we reached the point of the playoffs? Just play the overs. We're just getting so many runs.
Right?
It was unders early, and I'm looking at these matchups you guys were just talking about. I'm like, okay. So which one of these starters outside of Yamamoto is really going to shut anybody down today? I don't know. It might be a bunch of overs. But today will be fun. This is what we were hoping for. 4 games, and get to enjoy it all. It'll be interesting to see which ones wrap up today. It's hard to make calls. Cubs, can you win one?
Just one.
Can you get us one? Probably
Just one.
Not with the way that they've been playing, giving up a lot of dongs.
There you go.
Perfect. Hey, that's how you wrap a bow on it right there. Joe O, good to see you. As always, pleasure. We're out of time with this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea, I'm Jinx and the entire crew. Hope you have a fantastic Wednesday. We'll see you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
He swings, and it's a fly ball to deep center field. Grisham's going back. He's done it again. Vlad Guerrero Jr. has the Blue Jays in front in the first inning. There's a drive to deep right field. New York leads for the first time in the series. Jazz Chisholm goes deep. Two-strike pitch. Hits a drive down the line. If it's fair, it's his moment. It is. It's tied. Judge has arrived.
It's Bet Sweats on a Wednesday. Thanks for hanging out. It is a Power Rankings Wednesday. We're going to hit on 3 Super Bowl bets that we like heading into week number 6. Live dogs and teasers. We'll play nickel or dime. Eric Kratz from Foul Territory will jump on. Perfect day for that. We've got 4 baseball games, 4 divisional round games. Last time now, we're going to see that. So that'll be a lot of fun. We'll go over our card later on this hour. Nate Collins will hang out as well. A lot to discuss with him. Sam, based on the minute off air before the show started, I think we can already say it's going to be an off the rails show. I think there's no doubt about it. There's a lot of leg room here on the show with the segments and everything, so I can already tell today's going to be a fun one. How you doing?
I'm feeling frisky for sure.
Oh no.
Even friskier given the fact that if you pull up the screen today, college football, NBA preseason, WNBA finals, Major League Baseball, NHL, there's men's tennis going on right now. Very exciting. There is so much stuff to discuss and so little time. The baseball yesterday in New York, though, was awesome. That game had everything you could possibly want. Jays jump ahead. Aaron Judge hits 100-mile-an-hour fastball basically on the inside corner to the upper deck.
So strong.
I mean, nobody's hitting that ball but him. Where it was pitched, where it was hit, where it hit off the top of the, what do you even call that? Like the top of the, like, upper deck. Awesome game. Fans ripping shots after the game. Like, just everything you could possibly want from a Blue Jays and Yankees playoff game, and now we do it again tonight.
To your point about Judge, about how many players can actually do what he's doing. Like, I'm caught in the algorithm of, like, baseball teaching and all that, so I see it all the time. His personal hitting coach is very controversial. He has a different style and all that, so people are always ripping on him. And, like, most people, and I agree with this point, it's a little bit of a different hitting style that he teaches. But the point is that, like, he's what, 6'7"? How much does he weigh? There's nobody in the world like him. There's nobody that has that power. It doesn't matter his approach to the plate for the most part and his swing path and all that. When he gets a hold of it, it's going. Because you saw that was a perfect example last night. And he was kind of joking about it to the reporter after the game. He's like, I'm not going to get a good grade on that swing. Okay, maybe. Don't think anybody's going to complain because you're Aaron Judge. Yes, 99.9% have no chance of hitting that one out of the park like you did. But he's part of the 0.00001%. I think that's certainly a fair point. Yeah, that chatter about Judge choking. He's been showing up, man, every game. And the 3-run homer ends up tying it. We saw Jazz come up. Oof. Sorry. That's an ear hole shot next time you're up with that bat flip. That's an ear hole shot from me. You're the same way. I was thinking, I'm like, Jake would probably be on the opposite side of that because he loves Jazz, new school. But I've still got a little bit of old school with me. But after that, you bat flip like that against me in the playoffs, you're getting one.
No doubt. First pitch as well. We used to call it sweet chin music. That's what we used to call it. Shawn Michaels. Shout out. Aaron Judge, 6'7", 282 pounds, by the way. That's what he's listed at. And according to Sarah Langs, who has been awesome with baseball stats for a long, long time, Aaron Judge now has 6 home runs when facing elimination. That's tied with David Ortiz for the most in Major League playoffs history.
On the other side, Vladdy did his job. He just didn't get enough help, right? Didn't get enough with the pitching and enough help offensively. But Jake called it, and he said home run. Everybody apparently was on home run. I guess Brad Evans called home run, I think. I was on total bases. The room called home run, and then it made me think twice about it. But, yeah, Vladdy did his job. He just didn't have enough help. We figured the Yankees were going to make it a series some way, somehow. It's not like Rodon was great. He wasn't the reason that they got here at all, especially look at his numbers. He was yanked from the game fairly early, but in the two games last night, you get the favorites winning both, and you get the over smoking in both. Ton of runs last night. Very curious if that ends up happening today. The room did well. This is the first day in the baseball playoffs, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, that the room did very well on a number of levels. And the home run props that were popular end up getting home. So nice tickets were cashed by the room. The room is flush for a 4-day playoff, 4-game playoff.
Oh, baby.
Okay. We know how this goes. We do. I think a lot of other people be like, oh, maybe the room, it's their time to get hot. I don't think we're going to be there.
The room does well when you have, 15 runs in one game and 12 runs in the other. So 27 runs. Hold on, let me get my calculator. I think that's 27 runs. Yes, it
What's
is.
42 divided by 2?
Hold on. Stand by. So much offense, you're going to get these props. And the room did come out. Vladdy, Raleigh, Judge. They all go deep.
Oh, my God. All the big name guys.
Well, what do you want? I mean, that's what happens. So the room goes 3-2 in both games. I did laugh, though. I was thinking about the room when Victor Robles got thrown out at third base trying to steal. That was one of the room bets that didn't hit.
I missed that part of the game. What happened? Which base was it at? Can you explain the scenario? Because me and Paul were talking about it before you hopped on.
So he was trying to steal third, I thought. And
yes.
He got caught, and that was one of the props in the room. Robles, 1 stolen base or whatever, over a half a stolen base at 5-1. And he gets caught stealing, trying to swipe third. So that was one of the losses. But again, the story is that the room hits a home run prop at plus 500, at plus 260, and plus 220. That's a great night. That's maybe a marquee banner night, maybe the best night of all time for the room, considering all that goes into it.
Yeah. If we're going to make fun of them for laying $1.80, $2 on some bets that they end up losing, you got to give them credit when they hit a Vladdy home run, 5-1. So, yeah, the props did very well. 3-2, but they hit some plus money ones in both games. So very good.
They made more money than I did last night. Who am I to make fun, right? I mean, they cleaned up last night.
No, we're not making fun at all. But they're going to come in ready to fire. Ready to fight. Every 2 hours, we got a new first pitch going today. Is today a day where there's not a lot of work getting done in the afternoon? Let's say that. It's not March Madness level, but people want to knock their meetings out, I would think, early and enjoy baseball. Make sure they get home in time to watch all these games. I think that was smart by Major League Baseball. Every 2 hours, not trying to spread it out 3 hours. Like, okay, now you go check out innings 4 through 9 over here, or with YouTube TV, you can watch 2 games at a time. I think today's going to be a lot of fun with these 4 games. And again, we'll be talking to Eric Kratz about it later on in the show. So a lot happening there as far as Major League Baseball. And we got some news in the NFL as well, Sam. Cincinnati Bengals add a quarterback. Is he the starting quarterback? I don't know. Maybe not yet. Maybe in a few days. He's going to be the starting quarterback. I'm talking about 40-year-old Joe Flacco, traded in the division from Cleveland to Cincinnati. Cleveland gets basically nothing. They just move up around in the next draft. And you got the Bengals are desperate. Browning's been awful. Nothing like last time when he filled in for Joe Burrow, who was injured previously. He did well then. People were expecting him to perform fine. Maybe they can compete and hang around. Nope, that is not the case. He is the worst quarterback in football with the number of turnovers that he's had. So they're trying to get him ramped up, ready to go for this Sunday. But Joe Flacco, now a Bengal. Joe Flacco has weapons that he did not have in Cleveland. So I'm curious how this ends up going. It cannot be worse. No. It can't be as bad as it was with Browning.
The O-line, probably a wash between Cincy and Cleveland. I don't think either offensive line is anything special. The weaponry is certainly better with Cincy. And this could be a very, very funny twist. Weeks after beating the Packers as a 10-point underdog outright, Flacco gets another crack at Green Bay. This number is a little bit bigger because you're on the road. Last game was in Cleveland. You're a 10-point home dog. Now you're a 14-point road dog. Look, I have no intel on this, but I assume that they're going to try and cram and get him out there on Sunday. You don't make the trade to wait. And a vet like that, who's been around the block, who knows the ropes, he doesn't need much. He doesn't need to learn the entire playbook. It's as simple as, let's teach you X amount of plays. There's no way Wednesday, Thursday, Friday they can get him everything he needs. But in some weird way, personally, I would rather have Flacco with 3 days of prep than Browning with 3 years of prep. Browning stinks. What more do you need to see?
Yep. Line came down, right?
Yep.
It came down to 14 at a number of spots. Whether you think that's something, nothing, whatever, I'll just say this. I'm the opponent. Who would I rather see? Give me Browning. That's not even a question. Not even a question. I know it's a 2-touchdown number, but I guarantee you there are people still alive in Survivor that are like, oh, man, I was locked in. I had a freebie here with Jake Browning, and now they're bringing in Flacco. Can the 40-year-old man, the team gets behind him, there's excitement for one day, for an afternoon? Possibly. Could happen. We've seen crazier things in this league. That's how it works, man.
No doubt. I think there were other quarterbacks around the league maybe hoping to get that phone call, but they go to the trusty old vet, Joe Flacco. Yep. Not going to move the meter. We're a betting show. Joe mentioned the line moved to 0.5 point. So that's the reality. Joe Flacco's not moving meters, but he does give them a better chance to cover, because I would think that he has a better chance to get the ball to his playmakers. And he's not at that point of his career where he's trying to do too much. He's going to give what the defense gives him, and or take what the defense gives him, rather. And, a lot of checkdowns, a lot of passes over the middle, and the occasional deep shot. But that's where we're at now. Cincinnati, a 14-point dog. And there's a good chance that comes under 14 if Flacco does get the green light. I think we might see 13.5. You're always going to have that Packer money. And as you know, and I know, Green Bay still, despite the potential quarterback change, probably the number one pick in Survivor this weekend.
Yeah. Because there wasn't a week where they've been super popular. With Buffalo, there are weeks that they've had where they've been popular and teams have used them up, but we really haven't seen that out of Green Bay. So there you are with the NFL. We'll keep you updated throughout the day. Any sort of line movement, anything like that. We're always watching the board, seeing if anything else is moving. I don't see a ton else that has been on the move. I think it's kind of interesting. The big game of the week, Sunday Night Football, Kansas City up to 2.5. We know we're not going to get 3 because there's going to be immediate Detroit buyback. And if they want any Lions money, they know what to do. They just go to KC -3. So that one's up a little bit, which I find interesting, coming off the Kansas City loss. But outside of that, have you seen anything else move much in the NFL?
Not much. Back to that game, though, if we can.
Sure.
This is going to be a very popular game because it's Sunday night. And you're going to have people come out of the woodwork and fire hot takes on both teams, right? We've already seen some of that in the last 24 hours. Be careful shoving in on Kansas City. This is a team that is still searching for answers. They have not been impressive aside from a game against the Ravens. Looking back, it was clearly more Ravens than it was Kansas City, given how bad Baltimore is defensively. And Lamar getting hurt in that game just to kind of pour it on 37-20. Odds makers that I respect are really high on Detroit. I talked to Chris Andrews yesterday, who said he thinks Detroit's the best team in football. Now, does that mean the Lions are going to win on Sunday night? No. But I think you're already starting to see the stew come together. You're going to see the public potentially on Kansas City and the wise guys on Detroit. That's kind of how it feels on a Wednesday.
Also last night, the most bet team in hockey, Chicago Blackhawks, plus 230. Did they win?
I don't believe so.
No, they did not. Unbelievable. The room did not disappoint in that aspect. All right, Nate Collins will drop by on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P, BetSweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetSweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
On second down. Picked off. Lloyd again. Devin Lloyd. What a year. Still rolling. Down the sideline. One man to beat. Lloyd. Pick six. It's first and goal with 30 seconds left. Now Lawrence goes down, has to get up. Breaks a tackle. Touchdown Jacksonville.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
You know, sometimes we have Nate Collins on for his regular segment on Wednesdays, and we're not sure where we're going to start. The direction could go a number of ways. Well, the story of the NFL world was the Jacksonville Jaguars on Monday night. So, you know, that's exactly where we need to start. Nate Collins joins us here on Bet Sweats of the Green Light Podcast, a BetMGM podcast. Nate, I don't need to ask how you feeling. How did you enjoy watching that game on Monday night? And I'm
man,
sure
I live streamed the game on my live stream show called Fax Machine that I do on the platform called Assist, and I just went crazy. I was basically out of focus because I was jumping up and down and going nuts. But I really felt good because during the day on Monday we do the Green Light Live show, and we ended the show with our predictions for the game. And obviously I took the Jags, but I had said everyone in America, because it's the only game on tonight, you're going to be watching this game and you're going to leave the game saying, who is that number 0 on Jacksonville, because he's a great player. And him for Devin Lloyd to have a 99-yard interception return for a touchdown was absolutely incredible. And it was just an up and down game, obviously, for emotions for me watching the game. Trevor Lawrence starts the game running over the line of scrimmage and throwing a pass. Right when I seen that, I was just like, oh man, this might be a long game. And then the whole referee situations and the blown calls, it was a crazy game. But for that game to end the way it did, it was absolutely crazy. Happy for my Jags. Trevor Lawrence, undefeated on his birthday, all his for his career birthday games. So I'm happy he kept that streak. And then even after getting caught on the sideline picking your boogers, you go on a game-winning drive like that. That's like that. It's unbelievable, unbelievable. I'm happy for my Jags so much.
Are you surprised Kansas City looks a little, I guess, uninvincible at this point? They look like they can be beaten, and they have been beaten, obviously, 3 times. But it's a big change from last year, it feels like. It
is a big change, and they're just one of those teams that you can tell, like, their injuries and where they're happening and what positions, it's kind of hindering the play calling and us as fans seeing what we're, like, used to seeing with the Kansas City Chiefs. But I think they're still a team that they're slowly getting healthy and they're getting guys back. And believe it or not, it might look scary for a lot of teams coming up that have to play Kansas City once they get everyone back in that receiver room and the rest of the roster. I think they're still a team that they're going to be contenders. That was a crazy game. They probably should have beat the Jags. They definitely should have. But they're a team that it's not going to be a cakewalk. They're going to be in every game, regardless of what they're putting on tape right now. But it's a long season, and I feel like Kansas City, we'll still be talking about them when it's playoff time.
It is a long season, and it's a 5-week sample size so far. And I was curious where Jacksonville would be. And what kind of slapped me in the face is like, no, this is real. Like, the betting market will usually tell you, like, you know what? It's early. They played weak teams in some situations. Like, no. BetMGM right now says Jaguars to make the playoffs -285 favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're saying we expect them to be in the playoffs. Not a coin flip. We're expecting them with a great start. What are we looking at with this division? Because they're tied with Indy. Indy looks like a bunch of world beaters. And you could question their schedule. They had another soft opponent this weekend, and that would certainly be fair. But here comes Houston. So what what are you expecting out of this division? Is it definitely 2 teams? Is there a possibility like it's the NFC North where you get 3? It feels like all that conversation, AFC South, you're only getting 1. It's no longer here, man.
No, I think the AFC South runs through Jacksonville this year. I respect the Colts and what they're doing, but I'm going to go with my guys. But yeah, just like you said, the AFC South is right now, like, we're the only division with multiple teams with 4+ wins or whatever it is at the top. I mean, the Colts are at the top of the division by a slight margin. Yeah, it's going to be exciting. And I would say with the Houston Texans, I gotta see a few more games before I'm gonna jump on and be like, they got everything fixed and worked out in Houston, because they've put some bad stuff on tape this year, and it's great that the game that they had before a bye week is something that everyone in that building can feel great about and keep it rolling for the rest of the season. But they're a team that I have to see them do that again before I start worrying about them.
Do you believe more in Tampa Bay with Baker Mayfield or Indy with Daniel Jones?
Man, I feel like any other year, I would say right now, I would say Baker. I really like Baker. I obviously Daniel Jones and Baker, I would say, if you ask anyone, they should be in your MVP votes like after 5 weeks for the quarterback, or just in general. But they're both playing great football. But for some reason, I feel like I know where I'm gonna get with Baker, and Baker is a winner. And what he's doing right now, like without Mike Evans, and we all know Mike Evans is coming back, and now they have Emeka Egbuka. Is that how you say his name?
Egbuka, yeah.
Okay.
Awesome.
Well, now they have him, and he's shown that he's going to be a star. So that's just another weapon for Baker. So I would say right now it will be Baker, but that's a slight margin because the Colts are playing unbelievable. Daniel Jones is playing unbelievable. I'm so happy for him, and it's been exciting. But I would say Baker.
So we got some other news in the NFL, not just the Flacco trade yesterday. It was what the Arizona Cardinals decided to do. They decided to fine Jonathan Gannon $100,000. Did they? Did the league? Whatever. Gannon's fined $100,000 for his actions on the sideline Sunday with DeMarcado. The video is interesting because it's tough to get a clear view. You know, some people run with it with the headlines. He hit him. He punched him. It's hard. Like, I don't even have to ask. I know you've been in that situation a million times. I can't imagine a football player that hasn't been in that sort of situation. Like, was he hitting the pads? That's what I'm saying. It's emotions boil over. What did you think?
As an ex-player, I feel like it just was a little too much. It was just a little too much. And we talked about this on the show. I think it shows to DeMarcado's character. I just feel like if that situation happens with different guys, we might be talking about a whole bigger issue and situation today, because it then becomes, if a player, whether you're hitting the pads or not, if a player feels threatened or embarrassed in the moment, what happens if the player swings back? Is it something where it's just like, hey, he hit me first, or he's a coach? So it's just a situation that, as a coach, you have to control your emotions. And I definitely understand Gannon. Like, that fumble, it's a situation where you as a head coach, you're on a hot seat right now. Like, if you get fired, you and your family are looking for like new arrangements. It's a bunch of stuff that comes with that, and there's a lot of emotions that come into it. And the fumble in that situation, I get it, and you're upset, but you have to control yourself a little bit. You have to, and I think the $100,000 is cool. It's just the NFL are funny with their fines, because Jerry Jones, for putting the middle finger up, got fined $250,000. So it's just like, what do we value with the fines in the NFL? It's just funny. But that's just an unfortunate situation. Just as an ex-player, as a viewer, like it's something you don't really want to see. And I hope internally everything they worked everything out. Yeah, just for the sake of the league and just not making it a bigger deal than it should be.
I think you had a great week, man. The Bears win the bye week, 1-0, right? Win the bye week. The
Right.
Jags beat the Chiefs, and
Yeah.
Drake May looks like baby Dan Marino on Sunday night.
Man, wow.
Man, I love it. I love it. The Pats are looking good. They're coming together. Stephon Diggs is getting positive media right now. He had an amazing revenge game. Yeah, the Pats, man, I like them, man. Just to show, like I know everyone feels like it's trolling to pick the Pats to go deep, but I just think that them beating the Bills is just showing fans, or it should show fans, that Drake May versus Josh Allen is something that we should be looking forward to, and it's not going to be a cakewalk like it maybe it used to be for the past couple of years. Like I think that's going to be a battle in division that everyone should be looking for years to come.
We're going to go over our favorite Super Bowl bets right now after 5 weeks, coming up in about a half hour on the show. But is there another team that you did not yet? Your picks look strong right now, but is there another team that you're watching, you're keeping an eye on, thinking, man, they're dangerous? Wait, like the Ravens are out. Everybody thought the Ravens were going to be a top team. Now they're out. Opens the door for other teams. There are other situations that are similar. Is there a scary team that you're taking a look at? A team that you don't want to face right now?
Sicko. I might be a sicko for even thinking to say this, but the Cowboys. I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it too loud. Look, I don't want to say it too loud, but the Cowboys, they have problems, but they're putting up points. They're putting up points, and Dak Prescott is playing very well, and they're without CeeDee Lamb. I think it's and they got my guy George Pickens going. He's one of the best wide receivers in the league. CeeDee Lamb is also one of the best wide receivers in the league. So I'm very interested to see now that they got Pickens going, and like maybe he's happy, he's incorporated to the offense. But when they get CeeDee Lamb back, if they figure that all out and everyone's happy, that offense is very, very dangerous. They have a lot of problems on defense, yes, but the trade deadline, we see things, people are making moves. Maybe they'll make a move, but I just feel like that's the team right now that, hey, if Dak Prescott keeps playing the way he is, there'll be little murmurs. We'll have to hear the Cowboys fans for a little bit this season, I think.
We need a bet. So pull up that MGM app. You got college football tonight, NBA preseason tonight, hockey tonight, baseball, NFL the weekend. We need a bet. You've been really good with these bets. What do you like?
So here we go. I'm going with an underdog this week. I'm not going to go outright. I'm not going to go too crazy. But, and we talked about it earlier, after the week that they had last week, I think this is going to be a get-right week for the Arizona Cardinals. We got Marvin Harrison Jr. Going back into his dad's house, and maybe the spirit of Marvin Harrison Sr. out there in Indianapolis will be floating around, and I just feel like his son has a breakout game. I feel like the Cardinals are in the news this week for all the wrong reasons. They had a terrible loss. We just talked about the DeMarcado situation. I feel like Gannon is fighting for his life. I feel like he calls the best game. He's going to have to call the best game this week, and I think the Cardinals cover that +6.5.
Same thing crossed my mind. I was looking at that matchup, all the noise with Arizona, nothing going wrong with the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah.
Like they're looking like one of the best teams in football, and you're getting the side that's getting 6.5 points. I see a 7 out there too. We might get there. Like Who's going to be with you? Who's going to line up and back the Arizona Cardinals? Nobody. They're all going to be taking the Colts this week.
Really, I'm a props guy. This is a game that I would Marvin Harrison Jr. 2 touchdowns. I feel like they feed him the ball. He had a shaky start to the season, but the last few games he's been back to jumping over guys, catching passes. And like I said, I think all those guys in the building, when you're in the locker room and you know you're the talk of the media that week and it's all negative, it weighs on guys, and you don't want that. You don't want that to keep being your narrative for the rest of the year. So I'm going to take the Cardinals +6.5.
Good stuff every Wednesday. Nate Collins of the Green Light Podcast. Make sure you check him out over there. Find him on X at Big N98. MLB card, 4 games today. That's next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
He sends one the other way. Well struck ball, deep left field, and gone. Raleigh's first of the playoffs, and it's 8-1 Seattle. They are feeling it.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
None of the series are done yet. We might get a sweep, though. There are a couple opportunities for sweeps today of the 4-game slate that we've got set, and both in the National League. Milwaukee up 2-0. Got the Dodgers up 2-0 on the Phillies. Then, of course, the Blue Jays still have a hold on their series against the Yankees, but it is now 2-1. Same situation with Seattle and Detroit. Seattle up 2-1. Joe O, Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Power Rankings Wednesday. We're going to do Power Rankings, top 3 Super Bowl bets coming up at the top of the hour. Joe O, Sammy P. with you. Let's talk about today's card, Sam. Take us any direction. If you want to go chronological order, that's fine. Start with one league, wait on the other. What are you feeling?
Schlittler is going to be about a $2 favorite later tonight. And I just would never. I know he pitched awesome against the Red Sox, and he'll always have that moment. But you're telling me that this kid should be currently minus 185 at BetMGM. I see a 190 offshore. It's going to keep climbing. That Yankee money's going to keep rolling in today. And that's going to be a very popular moneyline parlay leg. I'm going to let that keep climbing, and eventually we'll bet Toronto tonight at hopefully plus 170 or higher. That's a crazy price. And the kid was awesome in that elimination game against the Red Sox. Absolutely awesome. But you're paying that tax, and the Yankees are at home, and it's a must-win. Will not be me laying minus 190 or higher on the Yankees.
So they made it official that it's going to be Varland, right?
For
In
maybe a
bullpen
couple
game?
innings. Yeah. I mean, he pitched last night, so you're going to get the bullpen guys, which is fine. It's more of a fade of Schlittler and of the price. And maybe I'm crazy, but now you got the Yankee fans, pumping their chest and saying, oh, the Jays are on the ropes, got them right where they want them. I didn't like Toronto yesterday. In fact, we were looking at that series price thinking, okay, this is a bad sign. The series price down 2-0 is only 4-1. That's telling you that the Yankees are probably going to win game 3. And then, of course, they're bigger favorites tonight. Did you catch that series price now in New York? Plus 185. That's it. Down 2-1. So you got to win tonight and then win game 5 in Toronto. Only plus 185. Okay, here we go. I'm taking them out tonight with Toronto.
I'm with you, man. At this price, I get, and he's been strong lately, understood. But this is way too much. And I got to tell you, a lot of times in recent years, a lot of times you look at the bullpen game, and the mentality has been chalk it up as a loss. That is not where we are in Major League Baseball in these playoffs. You're pretty close to that anyways. I think people overreact to that. These guys are going, in some situations, if there are any struggles, 2-3 innings. If they're really good, they're going 5 to 6 for the most part, outside of your aces, which you're getting maybe once, every 4 games. So I agree with you. People are going to be turned off by it. We're going to see more and more Yankee money as the day goes on. Now, it is a small sample size. We're talking about 28 plate appearances, but Schlittler hasn't been great against the Blue Jays. Vlad is 4 for 5 against them. He had a bomb last night. He's hitting the ball well. They're hitting in those 28 plate appearances 435 against him, and he has a strikeout rate of only 14%. So 4 strikeouts, 4 walks. You don't want to go too far when it's a sample that is that small, but I'm getting a price like this, and I get that Blue Jays lineup. I'm fine with that. You called it yesterday. Everything was lining up the way, not so much the pitching matchup, just the numbers. Everything was pointing to the Yankees are going to win game 3. But it doesn't mean they're going to win game 4. All of a sudden, there's a lot of confidence on Schlittler. I think you're spot on. I think that is the play. The total is 8.5. We've got a pair of 8.5s. They're both in the American League. Seattle, Detroit. Miller against Mize. Seattle trying to end things tonight. Watching that game yesterday, I was like, Paul may have been right. when you didn't take game 2, you didn't take that commanding 2-0 lead, it kind of felt like, oh no, we're in trouble. I was holding out hope last night. Did not work. That was a Seattle domination. Gilbert was great. His splitter was phenomenal. They couldn't touch it. I'm just worried the Tigers go another game and they just don't score.
I really felt good going into that game because you saw all the Mariners prop love, I guess, line up. Guys are betting all kinds of Mariners props. Robles to do a million things, Raleigh to homer, and then all the things basically happened aside from the stolen base. And look at how the markets bet this game. Overnight, Detroit opened $1.24, and now you see some books in Vegas minus 110, minus 108 at the Westgate. They're betting Seattle. So I don't really want to get involved again on the game. I thought Detroit was the right play yesterday, and that was certainly not the case. I guess we should poll the room here. Not the room of all rooms, but our room on the show. We got 2 Tigers guys here. Are we white flagging it already? What's the pulse?
The pulse is a golf club to the face. Is the pulse on the Tigers right now. Look, I felt weirdly like, all right, maybe Casey Mize can do something tonight. Yeah, I mean, honestly, minus 110 both ways is perfect. But Joe, like you said, it is so frustrating watching a team that is so completely inept at the plate. Like it feels like watching, last year, the Panthers on offense trying to move the ball down the field, and you're like, just get me like a touchdown. And it's like a helpless, pointless feeling. So no, I'd say the vibes are not great. Not great vibes. Jake?
As far as betting the game, I don't know what to do, man. Like I don't have a strong feel. I hold out hope that Detroit can win, but I'm not sure. What do you think, Jake?
Yeah, I think 110 is right. Like, I think this would go either way. Like, I'm a Bryce Miller guy, but he's been bad this year. I mean, he's shown flashes of the upside that he has, and he could certainly be great in this game, but he just hasn't been good this year. A couple of these Tigers guys, Torkelson, Green, have really good history against him, so I might just do some props, but I have no idea where this is going as far as the result of the game.
I will say this. Seattle doesn't want to go to game 5. Get me to game 5, and
You're not beating Scooble twice.
Yes.
Let's go.
Oh, baby.
You win today.
Here we go.
Oh, here we go. Are we back?
Not yet.
Golf
yet.
club
I'm
to the
not doing
face, but don't give us Scooble in game 5.
Yeah.
I'm a little concerned about Mize in this. He's a fly ball pitcher going against the heart of that lineup. Like, it scares me, that part. But you're right. Don't let them take one. Don't let them win today, because then they're going to have they would love to go to Seattle. Love to go back to Seattle. Then it's scary, but it's just about winning today. You're right. You guys are right. It's lined perfectly. I don't see myself having a bet on the game. I'll just be rooting for Detroit.
What was the Rookie of the Year knockoff on Detroit? Not Little Big
Rookie
League.
Of the Year knockoff.
Wasn't there one in the 90s?
On the Tigers?
Yeah, let's channel that. Anyway, as you were. I'll look it up.
I think it was the Twins.
Cubs Brewers.
Big League, no?
Anyways. There was that. Yeah.
Cubs Brewers. Speaking of Rookie of the Year. Cubs are a short favorite. Tyone against Priester. Cubs trying to win a game in the series. Total a little bit shorter than those AL games. It is 7. Sam, my first thought is I think we could see some scoring today in this one. We've seen so many home runs in this series as it is, and we've got a number of hitters on both sides that have good history against the opposition. Rhys Hoskins, 3 homers and 13 at-bats against Taillon. Churio, 7 for 13, 3 extra base hits. There's some Cubs that have hit Priester as well. But do you have to have the Cubs score to hit the over? I don't know, because you haven't really needed it so far because the Brewers have been scoring so much.
I was a little surprised to see the total 6.5 in a lot of places this morning, given how much offense we've seen. they're just daring you to come in and pop over. Not that over's a bad look or anything, but I assumed this total would be higher. We know that Priester made people a ton of money this year from start to finish. He was a very profitable pitcher. Last time we saw Tyone in this role, though, he was very, very good. So I'm not going to bet it. I lean under kind of, but it's not a game that I'll get involved with. Like, I'll definitely bet the Jays. I'll be rooting for the boys on Detroit, and I have no interest in betting this one.
Dodgers are sweeping tonight.
I think we all know that. Did you see they got bet open $1.60, now $1.80, a 20-cent move on the favorite against Aaron Nola on the road.
Yeah. Yamamoto. I'm sure backing him is part of it, but yeah. And I'm not going to look on the total. I could make a case for the under, but the problem is I don't want to go under in any Dodgers game. Like, I've just seen that story so many times. They could do it by themselves. So I have no interest in that. Yeah, the Dodgers are going to win. Can we pair them with anything else? I mean,
Dodgers Blue Jays is 3-1.
Toronto, yeah.
Hey, you
Pretty
take
good.
the big favorite and the big dog, and you put them in the middle. You make a little Blue Jay Dodger sandwich at 3-1.
I just don't have a strong opinion on the side on those other two games. Do you?
No, do not. Like I said, I'll be rooting for the Tigers because this has turned into a Tiger show. I want Paul's Spencer Torkelson World Series MVP bet to come through. So, if anything, I'm about the team. The team.
Scooball. Let's do it.
Is it bad?
I think the NLCS is set after tonight.
Yeah. Is it bad if
you
Mookie
think
Betts
Milwaukee's
hits 400 against you? Because that's what he does against Aaron Nola.
400 would not be good for the pitcher. Correct.
Yeah.
Did you say your guy Enrique Hernandez?
Yeah, 364. Yeah, Kike. Kike gonna have
3
a
homers and 11 at bats.
Down to 50-1, by the way.
For which guy?
Kike.
Our guy.
Going to use those
is
CLV
it?
credits for Uber Eats. It's going to be great. Can't wait.
Yes. Hey, man. You have somebody in the World Series, you got a shot. Joe O, Sammy P, Power Rankings on the other side, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Which means it's time for this week's Power Rankings. They could be good, they could be bad, but everything is on the table on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
This is Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM Network. BetMGMNetwork.com takes you to the Odyssey app. Over on YouTube, go to the BetMGM Network page and subscribe over there. Get all the great content that pops up throughout the week over there on YouTube. Joe O, Sammy P. So on Wednesdays, what we do is Power Rankings. We come up with something different to Power Rank every single week. And we figured, after a 5-week sample size, why not? Let's revisit Super Bowl bets, the best bets to take a look at. We are live on X this hour. Make sure you watch us there. Bet_sweats, bet_sweats. Sam at SB Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. Let's start with this question before we get to our selections and our top three. I did a short shot AFC, NFC. Didn't plan it that way. It's just what happened. Short shot in each conference and a long shot in each conference. By us talking about 3-4 teams that we like to win the Super Bowl, or we think bets that hold a little bit of value at this juncture. Are we venturing into Costos territory?
Would you like to explain what that is?
Well, we talked about it many times on the show, but sure, I will. It seems most weeks he has an addition to a Super Bowl pick. Lately, it's been Kansas City. He's Jim Fossiled it, according to him. Chips in the middle of the table. But we've heard the same thing about other teams. So if we're rattling off 3-4 bets, we're not telling you to bet all of them. We're just giving you ideas that we think hold some value. I think some we like more than others because we're not going to we don't want to end up with too many teams at the very end. You've got to take a stand at some point, or just, otherwise just bet every team and you think you're going to win in the end. Okay, good luck with that. And you can run around town and you can post it on social media and say that you had the winning Super Bowl pick. But you've got to take a stand at some point. And it's difficult in sports like golf, where you have so many different golfers and you could make a case for so many people, but you do have to take stands on this stuff. So I'm just asking, I want to be careful not to do that, not to say that, between us, we talk about like 8 different teams in this segment and then we're not really taking a stand.
I'll couch it this way. I have one Super Bowl pick. I'm a sheet of integrity guy. I fill out one bracket in March Madness, not 10, 1. I make one Super Bowl pick. That's the Buffalo Bills. I made that pick back in August. But for the entertainment purposes of this segment, these are bets to consider right now given the prices. That's how I view the exercise. If I was naked on this market, which I'm not, I have Buffalo and I feel good about my 7-1 position, what would I be looking at? I'm not adding all 3 of these teams. I don't suddenly like 4 teams to win the Super Bowl. For the power ranking purposes of this segment, if I didn't have a bet right now, here are the 3 teams I would make. Let me also start by saying I didn't put Buffalo in because I already have Buffalo. So I did this in a weird way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, I'm not putting Buffalo on there at plus 450. I tried to get a good number on 3 teams. Yeah, I mean it's an exercise in trying to find the right team at the right price. Yeah. And that's how I sort of perceived it, and that's what we're going to do. Again, I'm not saying go bet all 3 of these teams, but these are the 3 that I would consider given the current price. Let me go 3 to 1.
Let me just also say, like, we're obviously having fun with Nick. Nick is like, we can play the clip. It's pretty funny. He's all in on Kansas City, all in. Like, that's what it seems to me. Like, after that Jaguars lost, 10-1 play, right before the Lions game, all in. So, yeah, I'm curious where you are since you are omitting Buffalo from this conversation. Go ahead, Sam. Start us with number 3.
I think actually we have the clip? I saw the clip getting fired.
Do you want to do
queue.
it?
I mean, we could do it. Sorry, Gerch, to make you tap dancer on this, but this is, I believe, from You Better You Bet yesterday.
I'm going all in. Taking the chips, and those sons of bitches are going to the middle of the table. Sunday Night Football this week. The Chiefs host the Detroit Lions. The Chiefs are going to win on Sunday night and are going to score 35 points in the process. And when that happens, Kansas City will be 3-3. They are about to rain hellfire and brimstone down on everybody. 10-1 to win the Super Bowl. 5-1 to win the AFC. Plus 185 to win the AFC West. Like Jim Fossil 25 years ago. I am all in.
Okay.
So no Green Bay, no Washington, no Cincinnati. This is it. He's Chiefs. Chiefs Island. Sorry, Paul went to Chiefs Island yesterday on our show.
Yeah, I got there first. But
you got there? So he joined you. Like, he was reaching out to get onto the island. Like, there was this big step he had to make, and you pulled him on, or no? Or did you push him in the ocean?
There's only
one landing with the oar, pushing him
There's
back.
only one raft.
No. There were multiple entries to the island. There are multiple ports.
Who's eating who?
No. I heard we could only afford one raft. There's only one.
No, yeah. You know what? I texted Nick yesterday. Chiefs, handshake emoji. So maybe this is like when Sting turned on the white NWO and joined the Wolf Pack. Maybe now it's me and Costos. I don't know. I will say this. I was texting a guy I know who's like,
we're not taking Zimmerman. We're not taking him.
I texted the squares better. I know he's always a money line parlay guy, like 5 of them, like big favorites. Always betting those. I was like, all right, maybe if you want to skip a money, like one of your big money line parlays this week, Chiefs at 10-1's not a bad idea to consider. Do that instead. He goes, I think their time is up. I was like, hell yeah. Hell yes, you do. Squares better, I know.
Their time is up. Okay, because they lost a few one-score games. All right, go ahead, Sam. Where you got number 3?
So, look, the Chiefs could win Sunday and still not win the Super Bowl. Anyways, all right. So the first team that I looked at, you have to get here if you don't believe in the Chiefs in the macro, and that's the Denver Broncos. Now, my calculus has changed because the Chargers are just decimated by injuries. I really liked a lot of what they did this offseason. I love the draft pick. I love them having Slater and Alt on the bookends on the O-line, but everybody's hurt. So when everybody's hurt and the quarterback just gets teed off on week after week after week, that can't last. So some are going to go to the Kansas City raft. I'm going to go to the Denver side and believe in that defense. That was a very impressive win going into Philly. I thought when they went for 2, man, that was like, holy cow. Sean Payton's going for the win here in Philly. He's going for it. I think that was a huge moment for that team. And, okay, the Chiefs are 10-1 to win the Super Bowl. The Broncos are double, 22-1 at BetMGM. I think given the way that they're coached, the way that their offense has grown, they've got a bunch of speed. The O-line looks good. And defensively, you mentioned Nick Bonito. Bonito's unbelievable. You got Surtain locking down the number 1 receiver. This team has the sauce, and I think they can make a run. And again, Kansas City's 10-1. Denver's 22-1. So I went there. Number 2, offensive and defensive line-wise, there are not many teams in the league better than the Rams, especially on the defensive side of the ball. And I think a lot of people thought, well, the defense can't be that good again. Well, it might be better this year. Their front seven, I would put up against basically anybody in the NFC right now. The way that they've drafted and developed, and then you get Stafford, a guy who's done it before, who's won it before, Nakua, Devontae Adams. Hopefully Kyron Williams can hold on to the football. That remains to be seen. But the McVay-Stafford combination and the price, again, 17-1. The number 1 team, though, would be the Lions. I talked about this a couple weeks ago. I was warming to the idea of Detroit. You talk to some Vegas guys, they say Detroit's the best team in the league. We'll see. We're always prisoners of the moment in this racket. But my preseason prediction was Buffalo over San Francisco. Because of the Niners' injuries, I've been trying to look in a different direction on the NFC side of the bracket, and I've landed on Detroit. I'm not a big Campbell guy, but this year I am. Not a big Goff guy, but this year I am. They're streamlining the ball to their best players, and defensively, there's no way they can be as unhealthy as they were last postseason when they were just crushed by injuries. I like what I see from Detroit, and if they win on Sunday night, if they do, we're going to be hearing it all week next week. Oh, Detroit's the team to beat. So I want to get ahead of that today.
All right. Very good. Broncos 22, Rams 17, Detroit Lions at 7. Those are Sam's 3 Super Bowl bets that you can consider making today. So I mentioned that there are 2 shorter teams that I like, and then there are 2 long shots, but that's 4, and we've got 3 spots. So this is a bit challenging. Number 3, here's where I'm going. I want to talk about jumping on a team before a move, before a big win. That's what I want to do with the Seattle Seahawks. Before they go to Jacksonville and win this weekend, I want to take Seattle at 50-1. I trust the defense, and I think I was wrong on Darnold. Every week so far, he's impressed me a little bit more. And so now we're at a sample size of, okay, all of last year and into this year. You look at what he's done with Seattle. And yeah, JSN helps, and the run game at times certainly helps, but it's all coming together for Seattle. Like, this is a team that for some reason people don't want to talk about, maybe because they're the 3rd team in the division, because you're dealing with San Francisco, LA Rams, as Sam mentioned. People forget about them. You get a big number. You get a number of 50-1. So I'm there with Seattle. Before I go to number 2, let me just throw out in that same vein an honorable mention, another team that is also 50-1 that I was very close on getting, but they're on bye this week. I'm not going to worry about, obviously, results this week, so I can hold off on this. The 2 teams I like that are long shots are playing each other next week on Monday Night Football. Seattle and Houston. Houston's a team that I'm keeping a close eye on. Very similar situations. They are also the 3rd team in their division. Nobody's paying attention to them. Indianapolis, all the talk, and now Jacksonville after Monday night. Watch out for the Texans. Both of these teams, outstanding defenses. I worry about the offensive lines. I get that. When you're at 50-1, you're going to have a lot of issues there. But keep a close eye on the Texans. We know about the bad start, but things are starting to turn on for them. So keep an eye. I know soft opponents, played the Ravens at the right time. I get all of it. Just keep a close eye on them. There's value there. So I'm going Seattle 50-1 at number 3. Everything we've talked about in this segment has me concerned. Don't care. When I was looking yesterday at the Super Bowl odds, this is the first thing that jumped out to me. It's the Chiefs. It's the Chiefs.
All in?
Right. And Rice is suspended for 1 more week. We saw what happened when Worthy came back. In his 7 touches, leads the team rushing and receiving. Now, 7 touches this past week with Worthy, not as impactful. He's dealing with the ankle. I'm not saying I'm all in, but if I'm making one bet with an AFC team, this is the team. This is it. If I told you before the year, all right, you're getting the Chiefs at 10-1, I think you're jumping. And now they've lost a few close games. They've showed that they're a little normal, but still Mahomes is turning it on, and he's looking like that top-notch quarterback we know. Man, when they have Worthy and Rice healthy, and Kelsey was contributing on Monday night, it's going to be a dangerous offense. The only question you have is about that defense, but I go Chiefs 10-1. I couldn't put them number 1. I had to put them number 2. Partly because of everybody jumping on them right now, apparently. The other part, Sam, is because we agree the top spot belongs to the Detroit Lions. They look like the best team in football right now. I saw it 8-1 out there this morning. And what do you know? I mentioned my long shots. Next week, they play each other. Well, Sunday night, the short shots are playing each other with the Chiefs and the Lions. So there's going to be value, especially on the loser of that game. Can't wait to watch this game last night. But I'm going 1 Lions. Can't believe I said that. 2 Chiefs. 3 Seahawks. The Texans get an honorable mention as a long shot.
So if you follow this chronologically, Costos takes Paul's sloppy seconds, and then you take Paul's. No, hold on. I just butchered that. Paul went first, then Costos, then you. So you get sloppy thirds on KC?
I didn't give a lightning bet or anything. But I did bring them up yesterday at 10-1. Did I not? No? I didn't?
Maybe.
Okay. I thought
it's not as funny if you did, though.
We say a lot for 3 hours. I don't like it. Like,
all in.
I didn't say that. Not saying that. Please take that off. Joe, Sammy P. Oh, the people can't see it. Only we see it. We'll continue here. Over on X, live dogs and teasers, BetMGM Network.
25 years
Welcome
ago.
back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
$100 of Fab Cash. How much money you going to spend on Haskins? How much money you going to spend on Vital as well? Would you take either of these guys at all? What kind of split are you expecting there in the City of Angels for this Chargers club?
Man, I mean, if I'm really desperate, right, I don't even know the answer because I don't really like either option because I think it's going to be a committee. And I could look like an idiot come next week if Haskins goes off for 120 yards. But the problem is, man, even with Greg Roman calling plays, this is what surprised me about the Chargers. It's been a pass-first offense, especially on early downs. And the offensive line has been one of the biggest disappointments, I think, in all of football, especially the last couple of weeks. So you got a pass-first offense, not a great offensive line, getting a whole lot of push up front. Whew, I don't even know. What about you? I'm going to cop out here.
Yeah, Kamani Vidal is the guy that I would certainly go after. Vidal is a guy that I think is built to handle a little bit more of a rigorous workload. He's 5'8", 213 pounds. He's built like a fire hydrant, built like a mailbox, one of those old like steel ones you would see on every street corner in the United States. He's got more appreciable secondary analytics, a 3.25 yak per attempt. Haskins at 2.60 in that category. Now, Haskins is a big dude, 6'2", 228 pounds. But Vidal, I think, is going to be the primary weapon of choice on the ground. I think it's going to be close to a 50-50 split. It'll probably be like 55-45 Vidal to 1 Haskins, but I would spend a little bit more money on Kamani. I'm not emptying the account. It's like probably 10 to 15 bucks if you're desperate for a running back. Haskins maybe like 5 to 7. Next 3 games, and they got the Baltimore Ravens upcoming. Sensational matchup there as the Ravens are number 31 in rush EPAD entering the week. Meanwhile, they get the Jags after that, number 14 in rush EPAD, then the bye, then New Orleans. And the one strength in New Orleans defense is in the trenches where they're number 9. They're top 10 in rush EPA. So again, don't smash the piggy bank if you got a lot of fab cash and you're like, yeah, I need a running back, but there's always another train coming. If you got to spend the cash, though, Vidal's a guy to target, 10 to 15 bucks. Haskins just a handful, and that's about it.
Up to the 35. Be a lot of laterals coming. The first pass has to be caught first. It is by Palmer, but no time left on the clock. And the last of the unbeatens has fallen in the NFL. The Bills have lost at home, and the New England Patriots let everybody know they are here.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Disgusted with myself after that power rankings. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. At least we're on the same page with the Lions, and I can't believe we're there because I've been an anti-Lion guy for as long as Dan Campbell's been the head coach of that team, and it's taken this year for me to realize, well, I'm also out. See, that's part of this process, being out on Baltimore, being out on Philly, maybe some other teams like, nope, and then you're kind of left with what you're left with. So we both end up with the Lions number 1 as far as bets to make right now in that 8-1 range for the Super Bowl. But Sam, you are the guy, and you've been on record. You've bet on the Chiefs year after year after year. Did the Chiefs not make your list because of something you're seeing or on the field with the team, how the season projects? Or is it just, look, I've taken my stance with Buffalo. I can't now say Chiefs too?
Yeah, I don't really want to wiggle off the Buffalo position. I've been joking, and I joked all last week, like I'm already ready for the Bills to lose to the Chiefs in the AFC Championship, like just to have some fun with it. But I do believe in Buffalo, and I don't think losing to Drake May, as great as he looked, is a bad loss. I mean, it's a bad loss when you lose to the Jets, when you lose to the Titans, when you lose to the Bears or whatever. Like, those are bad losses. Losing to a division rival on Sunday night when the kid played, I don't want to say a perfect game, but a near perfect game, you tip your cap. I didn't downgrade the Bills from that performance. They turned the ball over 3 times. They fumbled it twice. Allen threw a pick. Like, look, the Patriots deserved the win. Patriots were the better team. But I still think if that game is played 100 times, the Bills win 70 of 100. Like, it's not like I'm wavering off of my position. I also think that we're just assuming that Worthy's going to stay healthy, that Kelsey's going to be, good enough to last the entire season. I mean, it's October, and he already looks like he's running with ankle weights on, although he did catch a touchdown in the game against Jacksonville. Worthy's been hurt 3 of 5 weeks. I don't know. I mean, on paper, you bring Rice back, the offense gets better, but, there's a guy that hasn't been healthy. So, I don't know. I just feel like it's a weird year for them. But they're also, to your point, they're helped by Baltimore being atrocious and the Bengals having no Burrow. So if there's a year where they can kind of sneak in, not that they'll ever be under the radar, but by default, they might make the postseason and make a run because a lot of the heavy hitters around them have just taken a step back or multiple steps back.
They need to win this game against Detroit. They can't fall to 2-4. Cannot fall to 2-4. You've got some winnable games after that with Vegas and Washington, but then you go to Buffalo. You go to Denver. You host the Colts. All of a sudden, that game looks very different. Schedule is not easy, my friend. Like, there are a lot of rough patches, and you have a target on your back just by what has happened for a number of years. So it's going to be fascinating to watch. All right, live dogs and teasers. Like last week, we have a number of big favorites. Now, we've got a 2-touchdown favorite. We've got a number of games that are right around 7. The game tomorrow is sitting 7.5. We've got the Eagles at the Giants as a road favorite in that divisional matchup. Other big numbers. That's a big number Sunday morning over in London. Broncos favored over the winless Jets, sitting 0-5 on the season. Talking about with Nate Collins, the Colts, a touchdown favorite over Arizona at some spots, mostly 6.5 at this point. So let's start with the bigger numbers, the ones that are at or close to a touchdown or higher. Any live dog in any of those scenarios?
Yeah, I could get behind the Giants for sure at 7.5. Short turnaround for the Eagles. They just got stunned at home. Now they got to come back and travel, multiple days later. And I say multiple because it's only a couple. It's not like they have the whole week to get ready for this game. You play on Sunday and then you're playing again on Thursday. You got to travel. And we've seen some support. Look at these books. Look at Circa, Westgate, South Point, Chris, all down to 7. Buckeye at 7. BetMGM still giving you 7.5 on the Giants, but you got to lay $1.15. So I think there's a good chance by game day tomorrow, a lot of the hooks are gone. At 7.5, I'm definitely intrigued by the Giants. That's where I kind of wanted to start. And then my favorite dog of the week, you kind of talked about this already. I really like Seattle at Jacksonville because now Jacksonville is, a Super Bowl contender. And now, Trevor Lawrence is going to take the next step. And Liam Cohen fixed the franchise. And I don't know. I think Seattle is as good as Jacksonville, if not better. So the fact that this opened to pick them and now it's sitting 1, they obviously want you to take Jacksonville. Not want you, but they're like, all you got to do is take the team that just beat the Chiefs and you'll be fine. So I love Seattle's defense. I think they can do a lot of things to take away a lot of the things Jacksonville does well. And I will definitely, Seattle is on my short list. That's one of my favorite NFL plays of the week so far.
Okay. Same here. Yep. The Rams. I didn't mention that one at Baltimore. Want to see what that injury report is? But for those alive in Survivor, do you have the balls to go to the Rams? I don't care how bad it is. I'm assuming Lamar's not going to play. But the defensive injuries mean something as well. After what happened last Thursday, and now McVay has a week to stew on that one. You got the extra rest. Can you go to the Rams? Because the world is going to be on the Packers. And maybe something crazy happens. You never know with this league. But that's going to be interesting. I'm not going there with the Ravens. but I'm just curious if people are going to go there with the Rams. Nate Collins talked about it. I thought about it as well. Just all this noise with Arizona. And you mentioned the Jaguars, where they're going to go. What about the team that they're competing with in that division at the top? The Indianapolis Colts. Nothing has gone wrong for them for the most part, outside the Adonai Mitchell, where, they could be undefeated at this point. We've seen it so many times in this league. You get all that noise. Everybody's talking negative on you. Coach gets fined. Coach apologizes. Maybe they unite for this one game, and they go on the road where Kyler actually plays better, and they win at the Colts, handing them their second loss.
Do it. Money line?
I could see it. Man. It's the reason we're not at 7, just sitting there at 6.5. That was going to be fascinating. Cleveland-Pittsburgh is a big line that's sitting 5.5. What a disadvantage, man. Not only do you have the rookie quarterback making his second start now, they're coming back from London without a week off. They're right back to the field, and Pittsburgh's coming off a bye. Like, what a strong disadvantage for Cleveland. And so now with that trade yesterday, man, we are one injury away from seeing Shedeur Sanders. We're one sack gone bad, a turned ankle of Dylan Gabriel, of seeing Sanders. It's already Gabriel 1, Sanders 2 on their depth chart.
Joy.
Shedeur broke him.
Oh, man. I was like, wait, are we all out, or is it just Sam?
No, I'm out. I'm out on Cleveland. In this spot against Pittsburgh,
you froze for a minute. That's what I was referencing.
But
you're
froze?
good now.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
It's been an interesting show from a tech standpoint, has it not?
Yes.
Let's see. I'm out on not on internet, but I'm out on Cleveland in the spot.
Should Vegas be favored by 5 over Tennessee?
They are betting the Titans. This opened 6. Now we're 4.5.
That's a lot. I get why they're betting the Titans. Am I going to do it with my money? No. This is probably a game I'm just going to be on the sideline. Whatever, man. I'm not betting Geno. I'm not betting the Titans on the road. The way that Cam Ward has looked, like the way that they won that game, just all the things that had to go their way against Arizona. I'm not touching this game. Are you?
Nah. I hate myself, though, for many reasons. I was on Tennessee the 2 weeks before and then told myself I'm not doing it again. And then, of course, they won. And my biggest fear is that I would go back to Tennessee and they would lose by 14. So just staying away. That's all.
New England, a 3.5-point road favorite now at New Orleans.
That line.
Right? Oh, but can you get there?
Probably.
Okay. Plus 3.5, though. Not money line.
Rattler Moon.
Back-to-back wins.
I mean, look, if you want to forecast where the room's going to be in the NFL on sides, New England minus 3.5 is going to be one of the most popular picks of the entire weekend.
One more dog worth mentioning because it's getting a lot of chatter here, of course. Oh, it's the revenge. It's the revenge spot. Bears Commanders, Monday night. Sitting 4.5. Where's this line go? Does it go up? Does it go down? You had Daniels return. We'll see where the injury report is with McLaurin, Noah Brown, among others. The Bears secondary as well. Are they going to be healthier after the bye week? But long time to prepare for Ben Johnson and company. His first bye as a head coach, and they also get the extra day with Monday Night Football.
I can't bet Chicago here. Just can't. Won't do it.
I know, but more than a field goal, that kind of stinks too.
Ain't happening. I'm not biting that bait. Not happening.
I'm not doing it. All right, teasers that jump out. What do you think? As far as short numbers that we want to move up, Like, yeah, I mean, we like Seattle to win, so I guess you could make that case. I don't know if it's really a teaser, but I don't see a lot of numbers shorter than a field goal outside of Detroit. Detroit plus 2.5 to 8.5. That makes a lot of sense. But the teaser options, it seems like you're going to have to move a lot of favorites down, Sam.
Yeah, starting with Denver. Do you really think the Jets go to London and save their season? I don't. I think there's a better chance they get blown out and leave Aaron Glenn at Tottenham Hotspur and just leave him there and go on to the next coach.
Really?
I mean, no, not really. I'm being a little facetious, but I mean, that coach looks completely mismatched. And, you know, they fired a defensive guy in Salah to hire another defensive guy, and their defense is worse. I think it was a disaster of a hire, and you know they have their worst start in many years. So Denver at 7.5 right now, BetMGM. You tease that down to 1.5. You get through 7, get through 3. That seems like a pretty decent leg. And then you know the Rams and the Ravens. Have we heard Lamar? Is Lamar like? I don't know what to think on Lamar. The line says he's out, but do we know for sure that he's out? I'm going to guess he's not playing in this game, but I have no intel on that.
The idea was with the initial reporting that, okay, he's going to miss 2 to 3 weeks. Well, that means the game against Houston, game against the Rams, and then you get the bye week. Then you bring him back for the game against Chicago. That was
there's no way, given the market, there's no way he's playing per the market. Now, the market could obviously change. We saw it change last week when the Ravens went from a 6.5-point favorite to a 2-point dog. And then Ravens reporters are like, oh, you might not play. No kidding, moron. The line moved 8 points. So this number at Rams minus 7.5 in Baltimore says he's out.
Yeah.
And he's not even ruled out yet. So my point is, if they rule him out, which I assume they will, 7.5 goes to 8, 8.5, 9. So you may want to tease the Rams ASAP, get that 7.5 down to 1.5, because once you get to 9, 9.5, the teaser becomes less sexy given the math.
And you're not interested in teasing Philly, right?
No, I'm not.
Okay. So I think it's a short list. Like we came up with it. Rams minus 1.5. I agree. You brought up Denver in London. The favorites do well there. Minus 1.5, same number. And then on the dog side, we're looking at Seattle plus 7.5. But not everywhere has a plus 1.5, so you would have to tease it where you get the plus 1.5 to get it through that 7. But I think those are 3 pretty good legs. Outside of that, it's tough to make a case for any others. Well, Detroit, right? I mean, we can do Detroit plus 8.5.
Detroit, for sure. I know that people don't want to tease from 3 up. San Francisco plus 9, probably going to hit.
Okay. Check that injury report. A few teams in particular. All right, there are 4 strong legs that were 4 to 5. There you go. Nickel or dime on the other side. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
I'm going all in. Taking the chips, and those sons of bitches are going to the middle of the table. Sunday Night Football this week. The Chiefs host the Detroit Lions. The Chiefs are going to win on Sunday night and are going to score 35 points in the process. And when that happens, Kansas City will be 3-3. They are about to rain hellfire and brimstone down on everybody. 10-1 to win the Super Bowl. 5-1 to win the AFC. Plus 185 to win the AFC West. Like Jim Fossil 25 years ago. I am all in.
Still plus money to miss the playoff. They're 1-4. They're going to be 1-5. They're not beating the Rams this week. I understand Lamar and a bunch of these guys are supposed to be back after the bye week, but they still have to go on the road to Green Bay. They still have to play the Steelers twice. They still have some tricky games left on their schedule. It looks like this team's starting to quit on Harbaugh. They have the worst defensive coordinator in the NFL in Zach Gore, and they've put themselves behind the 8 ball so much that there's really no room for error. If the Ravens lose this week and the Steelers win, that's a 3-game lead in the division for Pittsburgh. I'm still shocked the Ravens are plus money, so I'd bet that for them to miss the playoffs. Jacksonville, I'd also look at them to miss the postseason at plus 154. I think they're going to lose tonight to the Chiefs. And again, their schedule is easy. It is favorable, but I just don't think Trevor Lawrence is any good. And I think when this defense stops forcing turnovers, they're going to start to lose some games. So the Jags might be worth a look at plus 154. The Patriots at plus 172 to miss the playoffs still could be worth a look. You're not going to get them really in any other situation like you did last night where they're a big dog against a team on the road. Maybe the Ravens later on in the year if the Ravens are still playing hard and they're healthy and those kind of things. But the Patriots at plus 172, they're going to be a favorite a lot, and I like fading them in those kind of games, so that might be worth a look. And then San Francisco, plus 360 to make the playoffs. I think the price is worth it. Just had a great win on the road against the Rams, but, I mean, they're so banged up, right? Bose is out for the year. Purdy can't stay healthy. McCaffrey's probably going to get injured at some point. Kittle's in and out of the lineup. They got a lot of injuries. They play in a very good division and a good NFC. Plus 360 to miss the playoffs, think it might be worth it for San Francisco. So those 4 teams, Ravens, Jags, Patriots, Niners, may be worth a look to miss the playoffs.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for hanging out on this Wednesday. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. A big baseball day because we've got 4 divisional round matchups. We'll see how many series end up closing out today. We'll talk about it with Eric Kratz, top of the hour of Foul Territory. He's always a fun guest. See where he lands on all 4 of these matchups going down today. You've got them separated by 2 hours. First pitch in all these games. We can revisit some of our favorite plays from that game during Lightning Bets later on as well. Joe O, Sammy P. All right, let's talk a little bit of Heisman because there are some things that have changed since we discussed it on yesterday's show. And we always do the Heisman Watch on Tuesday mornings. And Sam, I brought up a couple of Heisman polls that were out there. Some of it was just to needle you a little bit to get some reaction, like the On3 one, and where they have one Carson Beck and just how they do what they do over at On 3. And then the RG3 list. He has Julian Sand as your Heisman number one on his list right now, which, both of them have Beck down the board a little bit. We're talking about that 6 range. Did not crack the top 5. The guy near the favorite did not crack the top 5 in either of those lists, but you have another list, Sam, that you wanted to discuss.
Yes. So this is from The Athletic. I believe it's 15 people because the person in first place of the straw poll has 9 first place votes, 4 second place votes, and 2 third place votes. So 9, 4, and 2 is 15. I'm assuming it's 15 people. They didn't say, but that has to be how many people they polled. It just has to be. So they gave you 3 points for a first place vote, 2 for a second place, and 1 for a third place. The leader in the Athletic Heisman straw poll is Oregon quarterback Dante Moore. 37 points. Not really a surprise. So he's number 1. Number 2 is the quarterback that Dante Moore will face on Saturday, Fernando Mendoza. 30 points. So 37 for Dante Moore, 30 for Fernando Mendoza. I don't think you're going to guess who number 3 is on the list.
It's not the guy we talked about yesterday that we laughed at.
It's not even a quarterback.
Is it the guy that we laughed at? Because we laughed at a guy.
Which one?
The On 3 one, we're like, oh, Beck's teammate.
Ruben
Seriously?
Bain is number 3. He's 3. Mm-hmm.
Are we laughing at that? They have him much higher.
I'm
Much
crying
higher.
on the inside. I'm not laughing anymore.
Yeah.
I'm crying.
So now we see a couple of straw polls that have Bain as high as his teammate or higher. Top 3? Go ahead. What's the rest of the top 5?
So it's Moore, it's Mendoza, it's Bain, Ty Simpson, Carson Beck.
Oh, Beck got in.
Barely.
Okay.
Well, not barely.
I'll say this.
So the numbers: Moore 37, Mendoza 30, Bain 23, Simpson 17, Beck 14, Jeremiah Smith 7 points. He's on line 6.
Results aside, I put more into this because I have used this straw poll in recent years. I'm sure you have as well. And when we get to the end of the season, we're in, okay, we only have a few games left here. People are going to be talking about this straw poll a lot. It helped me bet Devontae Smith in 2020. I was not planning on doing it. And then he comes out as the winner in a straw poll with like a game or 2 left. And he was still 5-1 that morning at a bunch of books. So went in. I'm like, oh, I didn't see this. Okay. They're not going quarterback. They're going Alabama receiver. And it came to fruition. So, yeah, I'm looking at this. So Femi had a pretty good point on his portion of the show yesterday when he was breaking down the Heisman race. And I thought it was a very fair point. I want to see where you're at on this. He said, with Beck, it feels like bettors are in on it, but voters aren't. Like we have all these straw polls, and he was talking about the Athletic one where, Beck, he's not one of the favorites, but he is in the betting world. So is that what's happening here? Do they have this bias against Beck, and we're now seeing it in the voting? Like my concern for your ticket, as we've talked about on this show, has been, okay, he put himself in a great position, but all his spots to impress everyone were in the first half of the year. So where are those spots to impress in the second half? It kind of feels like he's going to need a 5-touchdown game or 2.
Which is very possible considering who they play. I mean, I'm not going to dock a quarterback for having 5 wins, 4 of them against Notre Dame, South Florida, Florida, and Florida State. And he's got, 12 touchdown passes already?
But you don't have a vote. That's the thing.
I don't have a vote. No, right. I wish I did. I wish I had all the votes. Look, Ruben Bain is a top 5, maybe a top 3 pick. He is their best player. I'm not saying that he's not, but I just find it hard to believe that they're not going to take a quarterback of a team that goes 12-0 potentially and wins the ACC championship. Like, we're going to see between Moore and Mendoza, one of those guys is going to slide back, of course. Alabama's probably going to lose another game. So of the two, of Mendoza, Moore, and then of Beck, it's hard for me to just think that they don't give the Heisman to a quarterback on an undefeated team this year, given you're going to probably have 2 of them. So that's sort of how I feel about it. I think Family makes a great point, though. The voters like Bain, and a lot of voters are saying, well, Beck's a product of the system, product of the offense. You can't look away, though. If you look at their schedule down the stretch, they play a bunch of bad teams, which is more of an opportunity for him to just tee off down the field and throw 3 touchdown passes a game for the next 7 games. And then he's got 35 touchdown passes on a 12-0 team. That's the Heisman.
Mm-hmm.
It should be.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know.
Maybe.
Or maybe we just keep doing this thing all year where who played in the biggest game of the weekend? Which quarterback won? They're the favorite. And we're just going to keep playing that game. It feels like there's a lot of guessing involved because the odds makers are going that route. It doesn't mean the voters will go that route, but that's what the odds makers are doing because they probably aren't quite sure what they should be doing on a weekly basis. Who should be the favorite? I don't know, Bill. What do you think, Jim? I don't know. Who won the big game? All right. Throw Moore up there. Make him the favorite. But let's see what they do in the betting world. It kind of feels like there's a little bit of that going on.
Yeah, I feel great. I've got multiple tickets on Beck in the 30 range, between 30 and 40. I feel awesome about it. But as I said yesterday, this is far from over, and I'm not celebrating at all. I definitely made the right bet or bets, but he's got to finish strong and he's got to put up numbers. So we'll see. The biggest move in the market happened when our show got done yesterday. We get off the air at 12 Eastern. Yesterday, there was a report. Pete Thamel, as predicted, said John Mateer is planning to play. It never said he's going to play or not going to play, kind of hit that middle ground, but the bettors didn't wait. Mateer on this show was 30-1 yesterday. And if you look at his range now, it's between 10 and 15-1. So just off a report that he might play, not will play, might play, from 30-1 to 10-1 at BetMGM.
Beck is your guy. Mateer is my guy.
I know.
Did I bet him again last week? Yes, I did. So
just keep betting it. Fire.
I want to
fire hose in the Mateer bets.
I made sure that I have some Mateer on every sports book.
Yeah.
Just like, let's go. Well, I mean, at 30, you don't have to do a ton. And when you already got the guy, like I took the stance that I think he's playing this game. And
you've said that for weeks.
Yeah. Yes. So I hope I'm right. We'll see. There's a chance that he does play and he sucks too. There's a chance he can't throw the football. Like there's that risk. But with the body of work he's put together, if he plays in this game and Oklahoma wins, like, they're going to eat that storyline up if that were to be the case. They would love to see that. Then Mateer might be the favorite next week. Biggest game of the week. Well, that would be Oregon, Indiana. But you get my overall point. He'd be up there. He'd be one of them. There is a world where he missed one game, and it was Kent State. Who the hell cares? At the end of the season, is anybody going to dock John Mateer for missing the Kent State game? I don't think that's going to be up in this discussion because if that was part of the resume, people would throw it out anyways. It didn't matter what he did against Kent State if he was on the field. So, boy, if he's out there, this is potentially big. So you think that was all just Thamel? It wasn't like a specific sharp bet or two. It was just public coming in on Mateer at a good number?
No, it's definitely a combination of the two. I think the public definitely piled on, but wise guys don't wait for affirmation or confirmation. They see the report, because remember, Venable said Sunday they don't expect to have Mateer. And then on Tuesday, Thamel says he's progressing. He wants to play. Pow, pow, pow. That's all it takes. And then people go, oh, look at the market moving. Let me catch up. Let me jump in here. That's all it was. I did call a bookmaker yesterday and say, what do you think about Mateer? He said, Sammy, quote, it's the bleeping Red River. That's all he said. Well, that's what he thinks. I mean, like, how do you not see the market move down? Texas was a 3-point favorite. Now it's a pick 'em or -1. The Heisman market's getting whacked. Bookmakers are preparing for him to play. So we shall see. Remember, Venables, as we talked about yesterday, a few years ago, put Dylan Gabriel under center with a concussion in warmups, and then he didn't play. We're going to monitor this all week. Last point here. I know we're up against it. Paul brings up in the chat, there's 150-1 on Ruben Bain. Should we bet it?
Oh, man. All right, let's revisit that conversation.
It's probably not going to last, Joe. We probably got minutes, not hours.
I'm not betting him. I think quarterbacks, I don't think he's winning. But yes, could you get CLV? Yes. I'm not betting him. Are you?
No.
Yeah, same. But that number, you're right. That's going to be gone very, very soon. Joe O, Sammy P, with you another hour. Eric Kratz on the other side, talking some baseball on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
There's the drive to deep right field. New York leads for the first time in the series. Jazz Chisholm goes deep.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
4 games to go. 4 games today. Not to go, at least today. So get your work done early. Clear out the afternoon and the evening as we go game. It's going to be a lot of fun for the divisional round. Joe O, Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Every week on the show, we have someone from Foul Territory joining us. Today's Eric Kratz. Check out Foul Territory weekdays, 1 o'clock Eastern. Eric, ton to discuss today, my friend. So how are we doing the show? You guys are going to be on during one of the games or as one of them is starting or just before?
We're going to be your pregame spot. We're going to be your tailgate spot for the Tigers Mariners game. I think they start 3:08. We're off at 300. Actually, it's 1500. My bad. Military time.
We know what you meant. We know what you meant. Do you have here? Let's put it this way. You got 4 games today. Do you have one that stands out as your favorite that you just can't wait to watch?
I mean, Yankees, Blue Jays. How could you not? Everybody else is like, man, I love a pitcher's duel. I'm old school. Yeah, they're fun, but I'm not looking forward to seeing the Mariners and Tigers hit each other with pillows. Now I get it. Last night they brought out the sticks a little bit, but I mean, what is going on in the Yankees Blue Jays series is so intriguing to me. The fact that they had Shane Bieber going, and then it's going to be a bullpen game today. And you're like, wait a minute, Shane Bieber, you wanted him to go longer than 54 pitches. I get it. They needed him to come out, but it just made for theater for tonight, because what happens tonight, I don't even think will dictate what will happen back in Toronto, because you got some absolute monsters that'll be on the hill and ready to go.
So you think we're going 5? Is that where you're at on that game?
I do. I'm not as confident in the money line for the Yankees. I am super confident in the over in the Yankees game. It's hit clearly every time. And the Yankees can't score against starters, but they have banged around some relievers for the Blue Jays. And it's so hard to get 9 guys. If you go 9 one-inning guys or 8 guys and somebody goes 2 innings, to all be on the same page the whole time and have their best night and not give up runs. So I feel like, and Cam Schlittler's superpower is punch outs. Blue Jays don't punch out. I'm very interested in that. I might even take an over with Cam Schlittler's 4.5K prop. I think it's paying out at like 140, but parlay that, John, together. Yes, sir.
Let's say you're behind the plate and you call that dead red under Judge's hands and he hits it out of the park to the upper deck by the pole. What do you even say? What do you do?
You tip your cap. Like, I can't stand when hitters are like, oh, I squared that up. He caught it. Like, I'm so unlucky. Or when pitchers are like, oh, that was such a good pitch. How does he hit that out? Like, let's be honest. Like, there's some good pitches that still can get hit out of the yard. I have no idea how he hit that out. Some of the stats I saw about a pitch outside that far out of strike zone thrown at 99 plus was like 528 of them on the year in all of Major League Baseball. And not one was hit out for a home run. The fact that the ball was 2.5 inches in off the plate and above the belt is crazy to me. Guys can get to that. Guys can definitely get to that. Nobody but Aaron Judge can keep it fair and hit it for a dinger.
Last night, the 3 most popular home run bets all hit. Judge, Rally, Vladdy. Vlad was 5-1. That was a good number. Are you pitching to any of them?
I am not pitching to Judge because Cody Bellinger hasn't shown me enough. And the Blue Jays, I need you to stop walking the batter in front of Vladimir Guerrero. Like, the Yankees are just like, oh, who's hitting in front of him? Ernie Clement. Yeah, we'll go ahead and walk him. All three of his home runs, they've walked the batter before him. Oh, last night, Davis Schneider, 1 for 3 with a walk. right before Vladdy. Like, just don't. Here's the thing. Like, you go and watch batting practice before a game. Big league hitters do not square up every single ball and hit it over the fence. When pitchers have a guy that's as scorching hot, I think Vladdy's hitting like 650 or something ridiculous in the postseason. If you have somebody that hot on deck, you have to see how far the guy in front of him can hit the ball. I don't care who it is tonight. Let's see, it's Cam Schlittler, so it's probably Davis Schneider will be tonight. And like, you got to throw it right down the middle. Davis Schneider's swinging a hot bat. He's doing it. He can't get on a walk. You can't do it. That is like the cardinal sin of having somebody as in fuego as that guy.
Let's talk about the game in Chicago today. Tyone gets the pill. Priester's been very good. He's made people money all year for the Brewers. This total is only 6.5. And if you've watched any of the games, which I know you have, it's been pow, pow, pow. For them to hang a 6.5, it feels like a little bit of that to bet the over. Can these guys keep it under 6.5?
Can these guys, or can the flags in center field keep it under? So before I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm going to tell you, go and see which way the wind is blowing in Wrigley, okay? Because two guys who have had incredible years, to be able to keep it under 7 is a stretch for me. But like you said, don't go fishing unless you know what you're about to pull up out of the water, because that wind in Wrigley can be a menace, and the ball is not going to travel quite the same as it did in Milwaukee. But I do like the fact that Quinn Priester just never loses. 19 straight games when he starts. Like, if there's a lock of a lock at minus 120, give me that.
Quick report here, Joe. Looks like the wind tonight at Wrigley is coming in at 16 miles per hour.
Yep. Blowing in upper 50s for the late afternoon.
Good luck.
So that's why the total went from 7 down to 6.5. No go.
Don't touch you.
Stay. If anything, under, right? That's what you're saying?
I feel like it. Now the Brewers are the wild card there. I think they hit the over more than any team in Major League Baseball this year. Don't quote me on that, but at one point they were the hardest on the over in all of their games. But they have the ability to change their game. They have the ability to get runs in without the home run. And Tyone's not this, like, he's not Cam Schlittler, he's not Trey Savage, he's not Tarek Skubal in the punch out. So they have the ability to not need just the home run. But if you're going over, to me, I would spruce up the Brewers runs. I would take the over on the Brewers half of those runs, and I think you're going to get more money there, because you could see a shutout. You could see the Cubs getting shut out tonight.
Wow. Yeah, could be right there. Makes sense. Could be a sweep. Could be a sweep of the Dodgers and Phillies. What are you thinking? Yamamoto, big favorite, minus 180. This is a higher total of 8. Where are you at?
I'm not going over with this game, even though, they've been hovering right around it all the time. I just have a tough time seeing the Phillies bowing out in three games. I don't know how they're going to get to Yamamoto, and I don't think Dave Roberts is going to say, yeah, you know what, I'm going to try the bullpen again. I just think the Phillies have had such a tough time putting together team at-bats, and that's what you need to do to get a good pitcher out of the game. You're not going to normally go out there and score 5 runs against Yamamoto or any playoff starting pitcher. But you have to put together team at-bats. This guy's got to have 60 pitches through 2.5 innings. He's got to have, you got to do something to make him have to work and get into that bullpen that has been the Achilles heel for the Dodgers right now. And I think it's too much. I'm not touching the money line, and I don't think the run line's there for that. I think this is a live bet for me. If they start working Yamamoto and the game is still close, the Phillies number, I think, will go up in their money line. I think you could get it probably at like plus 250, plus 300 if they're down like 1-0, because they have the dudes that can pop one out. And I think there's a chance tonight, if the Phillies can get 2 or 3 homers, I think they win this game. As long as Nola gives them one time through the order, I think Ranger Suarez will shut these guys down the rest of the way.
Paul runs our show behind the scenes. He's a big Phillies guy. I thought he was going to have a stroke when they bunted him in 9th inning with nobody out. I would have hated to be a fly on the wall in that room. Kratz, how do you give that bunt call there?
I love it. We talked about it before I came on here, and I could feel his Philly angst, and I love that. I like the bunt call. Stott's been struggling. That's a tough at-bat with Vesia, and people are going to go back to when he hit the home run or grand slam against a lefty a few years ago. Like, recency bias, I'm putting that ball down. I'm bunting it down. Here's where I have the issue. Nick Castellanos didn't read the wheel play, didn't run with Mookie Betts as the second baseman and shortstop. Both broke, and Stott just needs to not bunt it. Like, they're down his throat right there. It's an incredible play by the defense. Like for guys to go out there and do that in that moment was huge. But Stott just needs to pull it back, take the strike, live to see another pitch. I don't hate the call. I actually really like the call, because now he's on third with one out. So many things can happen. Vesia is not finding the strike zone. They're probably going to, pitch around whoever's up, but you get an opportunity to have a guy and Bader come up off the bench and maybe pop a fly ball and score the run and tie it up. Because you're not playing to win there. You're playing for the tie and move on to extra innings, which is a huge advantage for the Phillies, because you got to really get into that bullpen then.
A couple more minutes with Foul Territories. Eric Kratz here on Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P. What about the first game of the day? Mariners and Tigers. They're calling this a coin flip. They don't know what to do as far as the side. And high total. Matching Toronto, New York. It's at 8.5. Miller and Mize on the bump.
Man, like I feel like with Mize out there, I feel like the Tigers get this one done. I think the Mariners are a better team. I think it really depends on how this game starts out. If you can get 4 solid out of Casey Mize, I think you're saying, okay, Tigers are going to win 3-2. Bryce Miller is a wild card. Bryce Miller has a 5.3 or 5.2 ERA right now. He has definitely been a guy who can give it up. The issue is he's giving it up to teams that are not the Tigers lineup. Where is the Tigers lineup? Where's the first half Tigers lineup? Where is, like, Javi Baez has been really good in the playoffs, but is Bryce Miller going to throw him too many strikes? Can he throw the ball out of the strike zone? Because Javi's going to swing at it. And to me, it's a coin flip, because I think the Mariners are the better team, but I think the Tigers have the best starting pitching. So I hate when people waffle back and forth. Yeah. I can't pick it, even though it's a pick 'em. So here, I'll just flip it and tell you what it comes. Heads, Mariners win.
Tigers.
Wow. That's simple. That's simple. Wow. All right. Somebody's seen Two for the Money before, apparently. Great movie.
But if the Tigers win today, do they win the series?
Scooble, Game 5.
I don't see how the Tigers lose with Scooble twice. I made some BetMGM threw me a solid postseason boost token, and I'm like, I feel like the Mariners. I think the Mariners were coming out like plus 130, plus 140. Put a little boost token on that, John. That was the easiest. I'm like, there's no way. There's no way the Tigers can score enough runs, and Scooble's going to give up 1 or 2. So I picked the Mariners in that one, and I don't see how Scooble loses the last game. I don't see how he loses the last game, and I don't see how Cal Raleigh allows the Mariners to lose. So what I'm saying is, I'm going to get my coin back out here. No, I think the Tigers win. If the Mariners don't win tonight, I think the Tigers win the series.
Just 30 seconds left. Do you have a World Series pick? Are you staying strong on that, or are the way things have played out so far, have you changed your mind on anything?
Yeah, I had the Phillies. I'm not feeling good. Out of everybody that could get taken out tonight, I think it's the Cubs have the best chance of getting taken out in these series. The Phillies, I don't see without Schwarber, Harper, and Turner, like turning it on. I don't see how they win it. So to me, my World Series pick then goes to my other National League team, the Brewers. I think they're coming out plus 425 right now.
Aircraft foul territory weekdays, 1 o'clock Eastern. Check them out today as they preview all 4 games. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
for Nickel or Dime. Should you spend $500 or $1,000? Open up those wallets. We give you the answers on Nickel or Dime.
We'll bring in Jake in just a moment to play a little nickel or dime, keeping a close eye on these markets with the 4 divisional round playoff games going down today. That to Milwaukee, Chicago, 6.5 everywhere. Everybody's talking about how windy it's going to be at Wrigley Field, so that number is down. But it is still juiced to the over, which very interesting. But yeah, everybody's talking about it. The market moved very early on this morning on that one. The Phillies-Dodgers total, it is not uniform across the board. There are 7.5s. There are also 8s. We're the same, 8.5 for both Toronto, New York, and Seattle, Detroit. So both American League games, they have the higher total there. Swing big on your next bet with an MLB postseason odds boost token. Use your token to net a bigger payout on a winning bet. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. We bring in Jake Hassan, the host of Nickel or Dime.
Hello. Missed you guys. Love you guys. Happy to be here. Nowhere else I'd rather be. What's up?
Yeah, you really sold us on that one. I'm sure you're thrilled you get to be there working during all this baseball today. So how annoyed were you during that rain delay yesterday?
You know, it would have been nice to have a little something on the side in the tissue box, but, you know, you can't win them all.
Tissue box. Okay.
The cell, as it were. Shackles.
Gotcha.
Trying to get new names in.
Understand. Appreciate the efforts. All right, let's go to nickel or dime because Sam, we've got room info for all 4 games that we've got to get to. And, you know, with 8 teams playing, we have the most popular sides as well. So I know that's going to be of interest to a lot of people. So, Jake, what you got?
First nickel or dime starts in college football. Would you rather do the nickel 500 on Texas A&M to win the SEC at 7-1 or the dime 1,000 on Indiana to miss the college football playoff plus 120? Sam, we'll start with you.
Don't think Indiana's going to miss, especially if they keep it close against Oregon, which I expect them to. I don't think they're going to get blown out. That's a surprisingly physical team. A lot of people don't think Indiana and think physicality, but they are. Not saying they're going to win. Although if they did win, they would definitely make the playoff with only 1 loss, assuming they do slip up down the road. But I'm going to take A&M to win the SEC 7-1. It's the lesser of 2 evils, I think, Joe.
Yeah, I think you're right. And this is the spot for Indiana. You're right. Okay. Where's the other loss coming? Michigan State at home? UCLA at home? No. Maryland? I mean, Penn State, I guess. But I don't know what the hell they are. They're not even ranked anymore. Yeah, they're not even. Now you can talk about going to Happy Valley. You're like, oh, okay, is that intimidating? They end the season at Purdue like they always do, so they're going to be in the playoff. Yeah, you can't bet the miss here. Sorry. He talked about it, Cignetti, before in the offseason. We're gonna do an SEC type schedule. That's what he did. Old Dominion, Kennesaw State, Indiana State in the non-con, and they're going to make the playoff. I think that's going to work for him. I think he's smart, and people are going to criticize him. I wouldn't care. As tough as the Big Ten is right now, I get it. They're going to be in. So you're right. You got to go nickel here.
Side note, Old Dominion is very, very good this year. After losing to Indiana, they've ripped off 4 straight wins, 54-6, 45-26 at Virginia Tech, beat Liberty by 14, beat Coastal by 40. Old Dominion's a very good team.
All right, let's keep it with the Heisman in college football. Let's pretend you're not involved in this market yet and say the nickel on John Mateer 10-1 or the dime on Dante Moore 5-1. Joe, we will start with you for obvious reasons.
Yeah, everybody thinks I'm going to go nickel John Mateer. Nope, not at this number. Not at 10. Why would you? You've had months to bet him at a better number. Even if you missed the initial move, if you didn't do the offseason bet, like me, I decided to jump in, though, and you had a couple of days where he was 100-1, too. So to jump in at 10-1 when he hasn't been on the field is idiotic. You cannot do that. You've got to go dime Dante Moore. And I've been thinking this week about it. Okay, I hope I'm in the race with one or two of my guys, my Ava, the other one, but am I at some point going to have to come in on Dante Moore? And when would the time be? I don't think the time is now, but man, as this thing is shaping up, I don't think he's exiting this conversation, Sam. I'm going dime Moore.
I think Oklahoma with Mateer or without Mateer loses to Texas. So give me the dime on Moore.
All right, last one, NFL. Would you rather go the nickel on the Cardinals plus 250 money line versus the Colts, or the dime on Seahawks money line at even money plus 100 versus Jacksonville this week, Sam?
Felica calls Seattle the Seabags. I think it's very funny. I hadn't heard that until he started saying it, and now all I think about is Seabags. Seabags Moon.
Yeah. Dang. A couple that I like here, but yeah, in this situation, I love the Seahawks in this spot. Yeah, they're winning the game. Can they flip to favorite? I don't think they can because of the public support that Jacksonville's going to get, but love Seattle in this spot, in this matchup. Dime. All right. Very good. Thank you, Jake. Appreciate it. Let's bring in Paul Aspen. We got a lot to get through as far as the room. We've got sides. We've got props on all 4 playoff games today. So, Paul, let's go inside the room.
Where's the room?
Well, what are you thinking? Do we need to start with the sides, or do we want to do the props on all of these things?
Sides. I think it's bad news. I think we got bad news from the room. I think we need the room to stay on their heater, at least from a sides perspective. Well, for multiple reasons.
That means the room has.
If you're a Philly,
yeah.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Yeah, we'll go 4 most bet sides at BetMGM. So they're on the Phillies, a plus 150, whatever. Phillies are dead. That's fine. Eric Kratz saying they have to string together professional at bats. Like, yeah, no crap. Great point by him, but it's like, as a Phillies fan, it's like I've been watching this for 4 years, and it's just like they don't change anything. It's the definition of insanity. So Phillies are dead. Number 3, Blue Jays, plus 145.
Dude.
Number 2. Yeah,
Okay.
Brewers, even money, whatever. Number 1, the Tigers are dead. Tigers, minus 110, most popular side at BetMGM. How in this game that's the most popular side? Maybe because it's the early game and people want to pick a side, but yeah.
If you told me you're giving me all of these games, you said, okay, where's the room on Dodgers Phillies? I say Dodgers. Like a no doubter. They're back in Yamamoto. You ask me, are they taking the Yankees or the Blue Jays? I would have said the Yankees.
Yep.
Cubs or Brewers? Undecided.
Cubs.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
I would have thought Mariners. I would have thought they'd be on the Mariners. I would have been wrong in like all of these games. I'm very surprised by this.
Guys, are we the room?
No. Don't do
Don't
it.
you dare. Because of one day, Jake. Jake, you were the room yesterday, and it worked out to your
I was
advantage.
big time the room yesterday.
Baseball room was good. They made 10 units yesterday.
It was a good day to be the room. It's a good day.
Just bet on the favorites to homer. That's it. Just bet Vladdy and Cal Raleigh and Judge.
So what does this tell us? I mean, we do have public dogs here.
Yeah. I think Tigers is a complete coin flip. As we said earlier, I don't think either of us have a strong feeling on the side. Brewers, Cubs, I'm the same way. Kind of like whatever. I'd lean Brewers, I guess. The Jays and the Phillies, I think, are absolutely dead. So I think the room is dead wrong on that.
That's wrong. I like Toronto still. I don't care that they're third most popular of the public sides right now. Doesn't bother me at all. They're just taking the price. Yep. All right, let's jump in on these props, man.
All right. Let's see if we can glean anything else from these. As
you're gonna fire 20 props at us right here.
There we go.
Yeah.
We're doing half.
Well,
We're going to
at
do
least
the
start.
first 2
Yeah.
games here. We'll do the next 2, and then lightning bets.
All right. So Mariners Tigers, bottom up. 5th most bet prop at BetMGM for Mariners Tigers today. No surprise. Honestly, surprise is not higher up. They're going back in on the big dumper for a home run at plus 240. They're also going in on Riley Green for a home run at plus 400. Maybe this is some good news. Bryce Miller, over 3.5 strikeouts at minus 130. Maybe that's the one we can fade. Kerry Carpenter, home run at plus 425.
Just home run.
So they're going over.
Oh my God.
Here's where the room is at. The room is over 3.5 strikeouts for Bryce Miller at minus 130, but they're under 12.5 outs at minus 164.
The hell?
Okay.
What's my takeaway?
Here's my takeaway. They're betting home run props. The game's going under.
Okay. I like that call. And if
they're firing 3 home run props, think about it.
Yeah. No, I think that's a good call.
2-1 final.
I was gonna say, and if the game goes under, doesn't that mean better probably for the Tigers than the Mariners? Like, don't you feel better about the Tigers winning a rock fight game than the Mariners?
Yes, that's where they live.
Yeah.
All right, we're good.
Not a shootout. Yeah,
we're good.
All right,
So
Tigers are back.
They also couldn't make their mind up on Bryce Miller. They did under on outs, over on strikeouts.
They also couldn't make their mind up about Imanaga the other day, and how did that go?
True.
Yeah. All right. Speaking of the Cubs, Brewers Cubs most bet props. 5th most best prop for Brewers Cubs is at BetMGM. Quinn Priester, under 1.5 pitcher earned runs at minus 135.
Oh no. Oh no.
Go Cubs, go. All right, number 4.
Tyone over 10.5 pitcher outs.
Here we go. Okay, I don't believe that one. That's idiotic. I'm sorry. But,
yeah.
Okay.
Priester, number 3. Priester over 3.5 strikeouts at even money.
Okay.
No, this is stupid. I'm sorry. This is stupid. Number 2. Churio under a home run. No home run, minus 588. What? This, we should scratch that one from the record.
Hold on. He is against Tyone. He's 7 for 13 with 3 extra base hits. And they're doing under.
Home run.
Wait, we got to bet him on a home run.
We have to
bet
home run.
We don't have to, but we should.
No. What's the price?
Well, if they laid $5.50 under, we're getting.
They're laying $6.
I mean, we got to be about $4.75 or something.
This is the most obvious.
$4.25 at MGM.
Like, we have to do this. No? Do you think they're going to hit a $6 favorite? Do they ever hit those heavy favorites?
I mean, the wind is howling in.
Inside the Parker. PCA falls down.
Yes.
PCA gets caught in the shrubs, just dangling.
Yeah.
I mean, they won 10 units yesterday. They give back 6 on 1 hit. That would be so room.
Please.
If he homers today, that would be the funniest bet of the entire postseason.
Just somehow cuts through the wind.
I feel like I've got to do something. I got to do something.
You know who hit a homer through the wind one year? 2008. Manny Ramirez hit a one-handed ball through the wind at Wrigley when he was a Dodger. I'll never forget that. I was in college, and they were talking. I think it was Rich Hill was pitching too, and they were talking about the wind and nobody's going to get it through the wind. And Manny hit a ball, I don't know how it cut the wind, but I think it landed on Waveland through the wind off Rich Hill.
All right. Number one,
This is
most up prop for Brewers Cubs. Tyone over 2.5 strikeouts at -145.
Man, they're in on the Cubs. Good luck with all that. But yeah. Churio plus 480. Got to consider that one. Have to. Given this new information. We'll have information on the 2 night games as well and get to our lightning bets. It's Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. This is Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
think you're trying so hard that you just, whatever it is, you just kind of, it just gets you. You just kind of, I don't know how to explain what happens in those spots, but you just, everything's so heightened and you're so kind of like, you're just so hyper focused that you see something and you don't even know like why you swung or what, like it just happens.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
Bohm's part of it. There's Bohm there, baffled. Basically, talk about himself and the approach the other guys at the very top of the order have right now at the plate, or maybe do not have against the Dodgers pitching. The other part of it, Sam, is the Dodgers are really good. Like, they have all these arms that they can throw at you. Like, Glass now would be where in most teams' rotation, and he's like pitcher what, 7, 8, 9? He can come out of the bullpen at any point. Yamamoto out there today. Like, I know everybody's coming down on the Phillies and the heart of the lineup, and it's fair. Harper, Schwarber, Turner, Bohm, they've all got a hit or they have no chance. You could say that about any team in the playoffs. If the top four is not doing anything, if they're constantly striking out, not making contact, coming through in big spots, like what are you going to do? That also happens every year with a lot of teams that get eliminated.
I would love to check the tape. When we were talking about the postseason and bets to make, I think Paul said, I don't want to say verbatim, but close enough, the Phillies have no professional hitters outside of Schwarber and Harper. And if only we would have just followed that advice. Not like I bet the Phillies to do anything. I think that was sort of beat into my brain. If Paul's saying don't do it, I'm not going to do it. I also don't have any Dodgers stock. All my stock, smartly enough, was in the Padres, who didn't make it out of the first round. So who am I to throw daggers? But Paul knew. He called a shot. He said they can't hit, and they're not hitting.
Yep. The Dodgers are plus 155 to win the World Series. We're in the divisional round, folks. They are plus 155. Damn. I did bet the Dodgers. I told you that. Now, I was also hoping, it's the Phillies. Maybe they could win a game, and we'll get even a better number. Nope. It's quickly gone from, like, during the series, plus 400, maybe the best you could find, plus 375 to now plus 155, somewhere in that range. But no, to your point, Paul told everybody he was laughing at the idea that they were World Series favorites. Like, no. And then we get the matchup. It's like, oh boy, this is like, it felt like it was too easy. For the series price, it was Dodgers minus 120. It's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah. And I didn't really do anything with that. I've got Dodgers hooked a couple different ways to win the World Series, but no, I mean, and the damning part for that Bohm clip for me is just like, yeah, you're not even really sure why you swing. It just happens. And it's been the same thing from him, Castellanos, Marsh, all those guys for 4 postseasons. And it's like, Joe, you're right. Yeah, any team could say that about the top of the lineup, but this team in particular, we see it every postseason in one round or another. Sometimes they're all hot, but they have no approach. It's like beneath the surface. Like, yeah, there's the results, but they have no approach. Castellanos literally has said, I don't really have an approach. Like, it's just, if you're not going to work a count, and we heard from Eric Kratz today, if we're not going to work a count against Yamamoto today, good night. Pack your bags. Shouldn't have even gone to LA.
Yeah, it's going to get ugly. They won't be able. Yeah. The Reds had so many issues with him. Like, it was embarrassing. Like, to the point where, yeah, he's got 6 pitches, but he's using 2 because he knows you can't really hit this mix. It'll be, we'll see. We'll see. They're the reasons that I'm worried about the over, because I'm not sure that the Phillies are going to score. All right, Paul, we hit on the room with 2 games. What about the evening games? Let's go to the Blue Jays and Yankees first.
So Blue Jays, Yankees, most bet props at BetMGM will be pretty quick. A couple of home runs in here, 3 different home runs. Number 5 is Stanton, home run plus 270. This might be the one, though. Number 4, Schlitter over 4.5 strikeouts at minus 145.
Okay. Might revisit. What are the other three?
Vlad home run at 5-1. Vlad over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBI at -115, and Judge home run at +250.
Season's on the line, Sam. They're saying the young guy, he's going to perform again on the biggest of stages, over 4.5 Ks at -145.
Jay's money line, not wavering.
Yep. Agree. And Philly Dodgers, real quick.
Okay, Marsh, number 5, 0 for a hit, -115. Nola, who, by the way, also a problem. I mean, he kind of got it going towards the end of the season, but you don't want that dude in a big spot. Over 2.5 strikeouts at -135. Stott for a hit at -115. Maybe he'll bunt for a hit. Otani home run, +185. Max Kepler to score a run at +190.
Dodgers run line. That's all I got to say about that. 4 Phillies in there. All right, Sam. Clear it up. Where are you going for lightning bets?
It's got to be Jays. I'm not going to be fazed by this. Let me give you the best price right now. And again, I think this is going to keep climbing. But we'll see. +1. Well, BetMGM has a fair price. +145. I'm going to take Toronto. Go against Schlittler. I'll be in New York, hopefully, when the Yankee season ends. So what could go wrong there? And I'm also going to play a little college football. I saw this from Brett McMurphy, our friend of the show. Starting today, for 49 consecutive days, there will be a college football or NFL game played every day until November 26th. How about that? Buckle in for football. I'm going to go Middle Tennessee State +2.5.
I love it when we get to that point in the football season where you start to see that go around. Woo! Next couple months, strap in. All right. Major League Baseball for me, we have a show bet, and it is the Toronto Blue Jays +160. I'm not supposed to do it. At least I don't think I'm supposed to. I just like them so much in this spot, I don't care. I'm doing Dodgers run line +120 over at BetMGM. I think they're going to just crush their dreams tonight, and Yamamoto's going to be spectacular. So Dodgers -1.5, and I've got to do something Churio. Let's at least go over on the total bases. That's at plus money, +108 against the Cubs. And the +481 for a homer, yeah, I feel like I have to, because what a story to tell tomorrow morning when we hit the airwaves at 9 a.m. When against the wind, the Churio hits a bomb because the room is laying $6 on no home run. Paul?
All right. So I got to back it up. Phillies under 2.5 runs, +130. And for me, just for me, under half a run at 8-1. They get skunked on their way to Cancun.
Oh, he's going to be sweating anytime someone gets on base. I love it. Jake, where you at?
I don't know what's going to happen in Tigers Mariners, but I'm going to take a couple Tigers to homer because they have good history against Bryce Miller. Torkelson, Paul's guy, 5-1, has a double in each of the last 2 games and is 2 for 6 in his career against Miller. Small sample size, blah, blah, blah. But the expected slugging's over 1,000. And I'll take Riley Green, too, who's 2 for 5 against Miller. Again, small sample. But if you're going to win, your star's got to show up. So Jakey narratives here a little bit, but I'll take shots on Green and Torque to homer in those ones. I think we get the NLCS set tonight. I think the Dodgers just smash the Phillies. Aaron Nola in an elimination spot. Reminder, the last time Aaron Nola was in an elimination game, it was against the Diamondbacks in the NLCS Game 6, and he went 4 2/3 and gave up 4 runs. So I like the Dodgers to win, and I like the Brewers. Priester's been awesome. Everyone wants to bet Tyone to repeat what he did against the Padres. Okay, have fun. And how do you not do the Churio homer? Have to do it. Have to. And yeah, it's obviously the Blue Jays. All of these fat loser Yankee fans with marinara sauce all down their front are going to say that Schlittler's going to do what he did in his last start against the Red Sox. Oh, yeah, he's going to be our guy. We're going back. No. The dude's going to absolutely pee down his leg with the biggest spotlight again. Jay's moneyline kidney.
Marinara sauce moon.
Marinara sauce down the leg.
Rayo.
All right. I mean,
did Jake almost venture into a New York accent there? It felt like he almost went all the way.
Towed the line, thought about it, decided to pull
all
back.
the way to Long Island. Yeah.
Remember those trips to New York you would make?
Oh,
no, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Weekend trips? Yep.
No idea what you mean.
Different times, Sammy.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you think a single Phillies wag has been like, huh, LA is pretty close to Cabo. Maybe I'll just book something just in case. Probably.
Yeah.
I think the whole team has, Paul. They're done. Screw it.
Which wag are we talking about, though? That's what I want to know.
Oh, wow.
Well, I was going to say player, but are they that in the bag? Maybe. I'm holding out hope maybe it's not them, but it's like, oh, it's okay, honey. Let's just take a nice vacation after you score 0 runs.
No, dude, they know. They have to win 3 games in a row against the Dodgers in the playoffs when they actually care. Yeah. It's not happening. Yeah.
And you know what we heard a long time ago, Joe, in the back of the South Point? If you must win, you must not be that good.
Mm-hmm. No doubt about it. It's going to be fun. So, Sam, good luck with your Wi-Fi during all the games. I can't wait to hear about it tomorrow.
Luckily, I get into Penn Station at 4:50, so I'll only miss a little bit. I'll be bar side for Blue Jays Moon in New York.
There you go. Schwartz meeting up with you? Got protection?
He's got a podcast tonight. We'll see him tomorrow. Don't worry.
Okay. All right. Very good. I'm looking forward to him peeking in the room. That's a different room. Have fun with all the baseball today. Good luck on all your wagers. We'll talk about it all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern right here on BetSweats, the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to BetSweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.